And remember, if you see something, say something.
Hi, I'm Dr. Stacy Hahn, Hillsborough County School Board member for District 2. You're watching Hillsborough Schools TV, and together we're preparing students for life.
All schools in Hillsborough County can start a walking school bus program to build community, enhance student health, and promote safety. So how do you get started? Here are 5 simple ways to start a walking school bus program at your school. First of all, let me define what is a walking school bus program. In the simplest terms, it's a group of children walking to school with one or more adults. It can be as informal as 2 families taking turns walking their children to school, or something much more structured with designated meeting points, a timetable, and trained volunteers. The first step is to develop a strong volunteer base of PTA members, parents, and community members. This is so important to ensure that there is an appropriate number of adults to supervise the number of children who are walking. The second step is for the adult volunteers to pick a route and take a test walk. It's important that the adult volunteers identify a safe biking route to school. Find a route that includes crosswalks, sidewalks, and crossing lights to ensure safety. The third step is to decide how often the group will walk together and share this schedule with the community. The fourth step is to develop community support.
Hi, I'm Nadia Combs, Chair of the Hillsborough County School Board. I want to welcome you to Hillsborough County Public Schools. We serve more than 200,000 students. That includes children in preschool through adults in our workforce program.
I'm Henry Shake Washington, the Board Vice Chair. Our district is the 7th largest in America, and our team is made up of more than 24,000 people working at nearly 250 sites across the county.
Our district is diverse and dedicated. Our board meetings are held in our board auditorium on select Tuesdays at 4 p.m. The best way to serve our students and our community is to involve you, the public, in what we do.
You are welcome to email or meet with any of our board members and follow our district on social media. Board meetings are covered live by Hillsborough Schools TV on Spectrum Cable Channel 635 and Frontier Cable Channel 32.
Meetings are also streamed live on our website at hillsboroughschools.org. Closed captioning is provided on all broadcasts, and past meetings are available in our online archive.
We are interested in what the public has to say. We'll include time for audience comments before we address our business items. Our agenda and any supporting materials can be viewed online in advance. They are posted 7 days before each meeting on our website at hillsboroughschools.org.
Our vision is preparing students for life, and that means all students, every day. Todos los estudiantes, todos los días. Thank you for your interest in education. With your help, we're making decisions that shape our community's future.
The board meeting of January 24th, 2023 is now called to order. Member Washington will now lead us in a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Now, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Thank you, Member Washington. We have one withdrawn item today, and that's 1201 Financial Advisory Committee update. I need a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. I have a motion by Member Gray, and I have a second by Member Washington. Any discussion? Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Let the record reflect that all board members are present. We have one set of minutes to be approved today, January 10th, 2023 school board meeting. I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Gray. Any discussion? If not, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Board members, I'd like to go over the format of today's meeting. As a reminder, we're a nonpartisan board who believe that all children can be empowered to learn to succeed, and our decisions will be made with that understanding. To pave the way for efficient and effective agenda statements and or questions, board members will have 3 minutes to speak with 30 seconds for final thoughts. Afterward, the superintendent can respond. If you have further questions, you're asked to get back into the queue. Member Washington will now read the board guidelines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we begin this afternoon meeting, let me quickly review the format of our school board meetings. Please silence all electronic devices. There are speakers in the room behind me that allow board members to hear the meeting upon stepping away from the dais. This meeting can be viewed with closed caption on live webcasts, on cable TV, on video monitors here in the auditorium. It also can be viewed with closed captions in the online video archives.
Thank you, Member Washington. We have one item scheduled for time certain, and that's 6 o'clock, and that's employee input. The board welcomes comments from citizens and values your input to the board. In order to provide the most comprehensive response to your comments, our staff will follow up with you and will keep our board informed about the process or responses. Our school board respects the public's right to speak to the board, and we appreciate you taking the time to be here. However, it is requested when you address the board, comments are not directed personally against a board member or staff member, but rather directed at the issues. Any behavior intended to interrupt the orderly conduct of this meeting will not be allowed. Our civility policy is in place. When addressing the board, please state your name and speak clearly into the microphone. This afternoon, each speaker will have 3 minutes. Reminder that your 3 minutes start when you begin speaking. When there are 30 seconds left, you'll see a yellow light on the lectern. A red light and a chime will indicate when your time is up. I'll now call up the first 5 speakers if they can go up against the wall, and we'll start with the first speaker for today. Yes, you may begin.
Okay. Good afternoon, dear members of the board and to everyone present here today. My name is Magalis Reyes, and this is the second time I speak before you to express my worries and discontent with the rezoning proposal, especially scenario 3, that would potentially close Morgan Woods Elementary as we know it today. My relationship with this school goes back to 2018, when my grandson Alejandro started kindergarten. I was amazed by the passion and dedication of all the teachers and the administration, so much that I served as a volunteer for the following years, and I still doing whenever I can. Morgan Woods Elementary is not only my grandson's school, it is like a second home. In times of the pandemic, this school and his teachers were fundamental for him not to fall behind and continue to receive a quality education. I can say today that only thanks to the support of his teacher back then and all his teachers after that, he is making incredible growth in the gifted program. Morgan Woods makes our community proud. Our community sends our kids to these teachers because we believe in the work they do, a work of love. I come before you today to ask that the proposal be revised, please, carefully. Our children are not interested about numbers. They care about going to a loving home to learn and to grow, which is Morgan Woods Elementary. Please hear in my request the voice of many parents that ask you, don't close our children's home. I want to add that Morgan Woods now has all his students that go walking to school, but they are in the neighborhood. But if you close the school, they have to use bus school, and that will not be safe nor economical. How does that save money? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Corey Williams. I'm addressing the racial equity policy. There's been a lot of heated debate over this. I do know racism is a real thing. I can know that firsthand. But racism is not a black or white thing. It's a human thing. And in order to deal with this subject, I believe we do need to deal with it. Don't need to ignore it, but it need to be done in an unbiased and objective way. And it seems to be a lot of chaos about it because some people are believing that people are being indoctrinated, believe that whites are being represented as all inherently racist and blacks as all victims. While I don't believe that all whites are inherently racist, now I do believe a lot more are more prejudiced than they realize. But I also know there are some good-hearted white people as well. And I also know that all black people don't want the victim mentality as well. They don't necessarily want handouts. They just want opportunities based on the merit of their character and their conduct. So, but it's been a lot of blurry lines, and when you read different things, you get one thing over here and one thing over here. And so I think it probably need to be clarity on the subject, so everybody be on the same page and not be left in the muck, because on both sides are highly divided about the issue. Again, like I said, don't need to be ignored, but I do think it need to be dealt with properly, because there's a lot of concerns with a lot of different parents. So that's my thing. If we're going to deal with the subject, we need to deal with it very objectively.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Kelly Carling, and I'm the mother of 4 children from first grade right up to high school in the Hillsborough County Public School System. Like all parents, we want quality education and not indoctrination. The board is currently revising its policy on racial equity to conform with Florida law. I've reviewed one of your proposed drafts in which you have removed part of the purpose statement, including the words institutional racism. I would like to encourage you to revise it further. Please examine the entire policy to ensure it reflects fairness and equality for all students and staff, regardless of skin color. As it is written in the scriptures, you shall not pervert justice, you shall not show partiality, and you shall not accept a bribe, for a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of the righteous. The school board's job is to ensure all students receive an education, not indoctrination. So my question to you is, why would you support a policy that encourages teachers to teach, test, and discipline students variously on the basis of skin color? While I do believe that racism and prejudice exist, I also believe that the way this policy is currently written is very divisive and unloving. Now, I just want to remind you what was written many years ago. There is neither Jew nor Greek. There is neither slave nor free. There is neither male nor female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Janice Farland. I am a lifelong resident of Tampa. I actually grew up in Town and Country. I'm a product of Hillsborough County schools. I'm also a teacher of 11 years, all of it at Morgan Woods Elementary, and I'm here to advocate for my school today. A lot of people would say 11 years, that's a long time to be at one school, have your whole career. Well, I know a great thing when I see it, and I'm here to advocate for that greatness. Just a few things that I think that you should be aware of, because I'm concerned about some of the data and as well as some of the questions that have come up. My first concern is regarding WXY. I realize that they have some experience with educational redevelopment, but my concern is that it's urban related. If you look at their client list on the website, it's predominantly urban parks, urban areas. If you've ever been to Morgan Woods, and I invite every single one of you to come, that is not an urban area. I grew up in 12 Oaks, which is right there. The school is in smack heart of the suburban neighborhood. I actually put my old address in where I live in 12 Oaks, and it has me going all the way to Woodbridge, which is about 1.5 miles, crossing Hanley Road traffic, going down Woodbridge. Not a safe trek, and a lot of our students are walkers. Let's talk about utilization for a moment and data. Comparing our data from January 2020 to today, we are at the highest enrollment that we'd have ever been. The utilization numbers that were used, comparing us to one of the schools that you're proposing kids would go to, our utilization numbers were even better. That school, which I won't name here, their utilization was 58 and 67%. Our utilization was 64 and 68%. So for those of you where data is the primary concern, I share that with you. Although I would agree to disagree, because it's not just data, but it's the kids themselves. I teach third grade. And I've seen these kiddos go through the pandemic era, and they have had inconsistent education, unpredictable environments, unconventional learning. And now here we are in what I consider to be back to the old normal. And now we're talking about having that upheaval for them again. We are a community school. We serve the community of 12 Oaks, Pat Acres, Morgan Woods Townhomes, which shares the name of the school. We service the residential areas across the other side of Hanley Road. We are in a suburban, not urban. If you look at that school itself, if you were to repurpose it and close it, you would be creating an empty building in the heart of the suburbs, which is going to invite all sorts of other problems in and of itself. The other thing that I want to mention too is when asked by myself to state representatives and board members at a meeting, I asked, what does repurpose mean? Explain it to the people that are here. What can they expect? Their homes, their property values. That question could not be answered. They could not tell me what repurpose means. And I think that's the biggest answer that we need, along with what's going to happen to that. I think it's $31 million that would be saved if we operationally. Where is that money going? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And if speakers 6 through 10 could line up against the wall, I'd appreciate it. Speakers 6 to 10. Okay, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Madeline McGovern, and I'm a third grade teacher at Morgan Woods. I'm here to speak on behalf of one of my parents today because they could not be here, and they sent me their letter and asked if I would speak for them so that their voice could be heard. So Morgan Woods Elementary has been so much more than just a school for our family. It is our second home. Both of my daughters have attended Morgan Woods since their VPK year and have loved every minute of it. The teachers and staff have become their family. The love and support they provide is like no other. My daughters are greeted by name in the morning, which as a mother makes me feel like they aren't just viewed as another number or child being pushed through the school system. The communication between myself and the teachers and the school on a regular basis is exceptional. I am always updated on my children's progression. When they are struggling and given additional resources, I'm always given the extra support that I need to help my children. Everything about this school is amazing. My daughters love their school, and the thought of closing down the school and repurposing it breaks all of our hearts. You are trying to take away our home and the place of comfort for our students. This is so much more than just a school. These are so much more than just teachers to the students. And these are so much more than just children being placed in a school. Please don't take away their home. We are proud Morgan Woods Tigers, Casey Roy and Ariana Padilla.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Betsaida Oliveira, and I am the Climate and Clean Energy Policy Advocate for Florida Conservation Voters. Thank you for the board and community for convening tonight to discuss issues that affect our district. My daughter is actually she just started BPK and she's in the district. So all these issues are very dear to me. Especially rezoning and the need for clean transportation for our children that will be probably affected by the decisions that you make today. I want to focus my remarks in this great opportunity that we have to improve our children's transportation here in the district, especially with the approval of legislation that actually provides federally allocated money to do so, to do that clean transition. Our county, unfortunately, was the only one in the state to receive a failing grade for ozone pollution by the American Lungs Association State of the Air 2022 report. And this affects disproportionately communities of color and low-income areas. At the moment in our county, there are approximately 82,000 students that ride school buses every day. And there are approximately 900 school buses. So when you take that into account, some of them are propane, but some of them are diesel fueled. And those 82,000 students are overcrowded in those buses. Those students that go in those diesel fuel buses are exposed to over 40 toxic chemicals that are contained in diesel exhaust fumes. Children of low wealth families and community are the most vulnerable, and they are experiencing more emergency room visits, hospitalizations, and they lose school days. We want those children to have the best academic experience possible. We've seen Tampa benefit from funding and transitions like this already. Over $68 million are coming to the Tampa Bay area through the EPA Volkswagen settlement, which are going at the moment to transition public transit buses. And also, your neighboring counties have also received clean buses. This is a truly great opportunity for us. We at Florida Conservation Voters and our CHISPA program and other partners request that the board review and pass a policy that provides not only transportation alternatives for our children to stop overcrowding, but also that those transportation alternatives, are clean buses. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Maya Ellis. I've lived in Beach Park for 22 years, and my son is a 10th grader at Plant. I'm opposed to the boundary change scenarios because this process has not followed your own stated, quote, school attendance boundary procedures, which calls for a spring 2022 proposal release to be effective 2023, 1 year in advance. Instead, the scenarios were shared with the public in December as the holidays approached. You say you need to make these changes because of finances. Well, where is the detailed financial information about the cost savings? Where is the information about how schools will be repurposed? You're rushing this process and not sharing vital information with the public. Also, if school overcrowding is the issue, why are you targeting some neighborhoods but leaving other neighborhoods like Davis and Harbor Islands out of this process when they are closer to Blake High School than Plant? If you want community buy-in for rezoning, then your plan should include all communities rather than show obvious favoritism to wealthier communities with more political clout. Also, if it's about overcrowding, why not address it by doing a residency check at some of these overcrowded schools? Other communities have done this within the span of a few months and identified hundreds of students who should not be enrolled at these schools. Superintendent Davis is described in one news article as saying this may be the most aggressive boundary change plan the state has ever seen. So the most aggressive plan the state has ever seen gets rolled out months after it should have been, blindsiding students, parents, and residents during the holidays and leaving minimal time for community outreach and engagement. I believe in fairness, transparency, and accountability in our government institutions, and this process falls short of these ideals. I believe the board should not vote to implement any of these plans for next year until the public has had more time to ask questions and be informed. You should follow your own published timeline. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Thomas, and my children attend Ballast Point Elementary. I'm here to comment on the school boundary analysis project and share some details about what's happening in our community. One of the first things I learned when my children began elementary school at Ballast Point is that many of our neighborhood families do not continue to follow the feeder pattern following elementary. This became such a focal point that our family began exploring private education settings earlier this school year. We did not execute on this because my children are so happy at Ballast Point that the disruption outweighs any benefits for right now. With that said, we're not alone in this potential migration out of public school. 90% of students leaving Ballast Point Elementary do not follow the school-to-school feeder pattern to Madison Middle School. Only a small fraction of our students continue their education in our neighborhood public schools. This is not data that we can ignore. It's a call to action. The families in our community are not choosing private or magnet schools because they want to leave the neighborhood, but because they feel they don't have a quality neighborhood middle school. The boundary analysis is an opportunity to change that. By rethinking the boundaries that feed into Madison and/or Monroe, We can connect our established South of Gandy community to the neighborhood schools. We can attract families to our public schools, bring back families that are in the process of leaving the district, and create central community hubs for multiple generations to come. I urge you to take a close look at the number of families that leave our area following an elementary school and consider the positive impact a viable neighborhood middle school option would have on our community and the district. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Douglas Ibarra. I'm a father of 3 children. I moved from South Florida, Pembroke Pines specifically, about 4 years ago. Came here to and chose for my family and our priorities, which was education, and we landed in Lutz. And I'm here specifically to speak about the zoning changes, and in particular one scenario that would affect the area that I chose to become home, which is in the Lutz area, specifically the community where I live in, which is Promenade at Lake Park. I am a 35-year software developer. I own my own software company, and I consider myself a computer expert. And I'm here to provide at least some insight to this board regarding the software company or the company that you chose to help analyze this. And this piggybacks a little bit on the prior speaker, that I believe you're rushing things a little bit here. I believe you need to sit back and review the data that's been presented to you, because I can tell you from experience, I write predictive models for a living for my clients, and there's clearly some flaws when you really sit down and look at the scenarios that have been laid out. In our particular case, scenario 2, if you would all clearly look at the scenario 2 in the Promenade at Lake Park area, where the sections that are being rezoned from Steinbrenner to another proposed school, you will notice that our community is north of Van Dyke and Dale Mabry. And south of Van Dyke and Dale Mabry is another community, Crenshaw Lakes, who's actually we're twice as far from the proposed school. And yet Crenshaw Lakes and this community of about the similar size is still zoned in all scenarios for Steinbrenner High. That to me shows a flaw in the prediction model. And this is why you have to pay attention and slow down a little bit and look at these scenarios that are generated by computer programs. Okay? They're only as good as the variables that are put in by the coders. And if the decisions of these scenarios are based on traffic congestion as one of your ideas to save money, well, something's wrong in these prediction models, because we both share the same Van Dyke to get to Steinbrenner, and yet a much closer community gets to go to Steinbrenner or stays in their scenario, and we don't. So I ask this board to really pay attention and look. There are problems sometimes that computer programs cannot address, and it is your responsibility to look at these things and figure out why some communities that are closer to a school don't change, and others with the same amount of students per, we have about 20 students, the same amount, don't change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And if I could have speakers 11 through 15, please line up against the wall.
Good evening, Board Superintendent. My name is Tina Williams-Brewster. I am a mom, an advocate, now semi-entrepreneur. Happy New Year. I haven't seen a lot of you all. Today, I'm going to talk about mental health awareness. I first was going to talk about transparency, but I'll get to that later. I'm here to talk about mental health. Some of you may know Twitch Boss. A lot of the students know him. He was a very famous dancer on TikTok. Everyone thought he was just this beautiful, bright soul. He shined light everywhere he went. Well, he killed himself. And we never often think about the happiest person in the room is often sometimes the most saddest. Just because we're able to maintain, our students are facing mental health issues. We cannot continue to ignore, to sidestep, to put Band-Aids on this situation. Our students need help. Now, I was introduced to resources in the district, but where are they? Are they equitable? Are they available for all students, or just students who parents make the loudest noise? What are we doing? Are we waiting for a student to kill themselves before real help is offered? Leadership in the schools. What are we doing? As a parent, let's take aside our hat as principal, vice principal. Just how about not even a parent, a human being? Our students have faced some most unusual circumstances in years. When is mental illness going to be at the top? Just because a student makes straight A's doesn't mean they're okay. Academics is only one part. Our students deserve an environment free from bullying. Let's do a self-check. Some of our teachers need help mental illness. What are we doing as principals, as leaders? Where are the resources? Let's really start about being solution-minded and stop ignoring the issues that are right in front of your face. They're real. They're not going anywhere. Let's do a mental health check. I remind everyone, that person who's always so strong, who's always so quiet, check on them. They're not okay. That person who's always the life of the party, check on them. They're not okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Alan Brewster. And first off, I want to start saying that I'm not a native of Florida. I was born and I grew up in Detroit, Michigan. I've lived in the bottom neighborhoods. I've lived in the middle class neighborhoods, and I've lived in some upper echelon neighborhoods. And I would like to say this, in this rezoning, these boundaries, all zip codes matter. All children matter. And there should be diversity. There's not one culture in this school county. There are multiple cultures. And that needs to be looked at. I'm for the change because if you look at the numbers, it's lopsided. Every student should get a grade A education, whether they're at the bottom, in the middle, or on the top. I grew up in it. And the leadership at these schools is pivotal. It makes a difference on the leadership in the school. I have a daughter at Gaither High School. All of you board members know this. She does not want to go to school. She has said school environment is a trigger. There are teachers who are a trigger with that negative, bad attitudes, directing it towards the students because the leadership is failing them, failing the staff, and failing the students. Gaither has a issue with leadership. There needs to be a change at the leadership. What is it going to take? We've been here in Hillsborough County since 2015. We started out at Adams Middle School. We screamed to the top, Adams. We screamed to the top about the leadership. It took them 5 years to remove him. 5 years. Is it going to take that at Gaither High School? Is it? What is it going to take? This man does not care. He's not about multiculturalism. There's no diversity there. I've seen it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Dr. Jennifer Collins. I'm from Lutz. Members of the board, thank you very much for considering this really important matter of school boundaries. I am here today to implore somebody to make a motion and for all to vote today for grandfathering in rising juniors in addition to those rising seniors, regardless of your scenario vote. I understand from the superintendent that he supports this recommendation. While it would be wonderful if we could grandfather in all current students, if that is not possible, let me explain to you why rising juniors need to be grandfathered. While grandfathering rising seniors is the normal action, these are not normal times. These rising juniors have been hardest hit in their high school career and academic record from COVID. Rising juniors were taking high school level classes in their middle school during the height of COVID, impacting their high school GPA, and COVID was a huge detriment to their learning overall as they transition to online learning. These students are also taking certificates in their high schools. Moving them now, they can't simply take enough classes in a different school, in a new tract, to fulfill a certificate. And many schools they might move to don't have the same offerings as their current school offerings. So there will be no way to complete their certificates in their career tract before their graduation, again, negatively impacting their future. These students have therefore been greatly affected in their high school career and are the population who will continue to be hardest hit. You can protect this group of students today by making a motion and voting to support this request. Allow the rising juniors to know that you support them and understand that these points matter. Don't make them wait even one more day in anguish. Please vote today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, and if I could have speakers 16 through 20 to please go up against the wall. Thank you so much.
I'm not going to make the same mistake. I am adjusting it down. Hi, I am Liam Smith, a straight A National Elementary School Honor Society member at the #1 elementary school in the district, Grady Elementary. I am here again begging you to not destroy my friendships, AP classes, after-school activities, sports teams, and my mental health by changing me to two different schools going forward. I spent 22 months at home from the COVID epidemic. Give me a minute to pronounce this. Separated from my friends was traumatizing. I am just now getting used to. Gotta find my place again. Being back at my school and repairing my friendships, I have invested my entire life into my school system and the people in it, and it would be disastrous to take that from me. Moving me and the other students in North Bon Air and West Shore Palms to not one, but two new schools, Pierce Middle and Jefferson High School, in a new school district would be traumatizing us even more right after COVID. Not to mention that Pierce Middle School is on the other side of two natural boundaries, the Tampa International Airport and Interstate 275. And Jefferson High School is on the other side of a natural boundary, Interstate 275. Please vote not to move North Bon Air and West Shore Palms out of the Plant-Coleman District. Thank you for your time. And with the little time I have, I would like to elaborate and say that even everyone, I know everyone's upset about this, and I know that because I know it from heart. And I wish that this would not happen. I just wish that, that we could all be happy here and world peace. And we also need to learn that we are our children. We raise our children to be like us, to be making the world a better place. And that's why we raise our children and give them good education. Without good education, how are they going to make the world a better place? And how are they going to make world peace? We need education to have world peace. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful job. Next speaker, please. Hard act to follow.
I'll try. Hello, everybody. My name is Natalia Rohrbacher, and I'm here to talk to you about the school boundaries, specifically the third option and Morgan Woods. I am a mom and a teacher for this district, but right now I'm going to talk to you as a mom, and it kind of bleeds together anyway because I actually work at the school too. I'm the literacy coach at the school, and my son, he's in 4th grade, he attends the school, and we actually school chose for Rowan to go to the school for the quality of education that he receives there. The teachers there love their job. They want to be there, and they love the students in the community. And as someone who is Latina and grew up in the town and country area, it is important for my child to be exposed to that culture. Our school does a wonderful job embracing our students of different backgrounds and diversity, especially those that just arrived from another country. We help them to feel safe and wanting to be here, and my son actually helps with that. Okay. There's a program called Music Instruments of Change that only 8 schools in Hillsborough County has, and Morgan Woods is one of them. And my son is a part of this program. And essentially, he will do another year of it, and then he can get a trumpet for free when he goes off to middle school as long as he does band. So many of our students are in this program, and they will lose that opportunity if our school is repurposed. We are also a 7 mindset school. So I know the lady earlier was talking about our SEL, and I know that's really important for you all, for our students. Our school has embraced it. We're one of 10 schools that has this program, and we've done it for 2 years, and our teachers have embraced it, and our students have embraced it. And it's a beautiful program. Please look into it for other schools. But anyways, our school is a village. Like, it takes a village to work with our families. They're a part of it. Our teachers are a part of it. Our administration is a part of it. We are a family. So much so that my aunt works there. She teaches 1st grade. My father-in-law is the gifted teacher. My son is there. My husband, who's a music teacher for another school, has embraced our music teacher who's brand new, and he helps them. We are a community and we are a family. Please do not separate us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Rowan Rohrbacher. I'm a 4th grader student at Morgan Woods Elementary, and I'm here to talk to you about repurposing of Morgan Woods and Bounty Change. I love my school and teachers. Some of my teachers are here now in the crowd. Right over there. And then some past teachers too. And then I know my reading teacher for 4th grade is watching the news right now. And I love everything about Morgan Woods. And like my mom said about how only 8 schools have instruments of change, I'm lucky to be a part of that at my school. Transitioning to middle school is a tough transition. I would not appreciate having to transition before that to another school for 5th grade. I've transitioned to a couple of schools and back to a couple of schools as well. I wouldn't want to be separated from my friends either. Please don't repurpose our school. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice job. Next speaker, please.
Tell them who you are.
Hi,
He said, "Save Morgan Woods."
Save Morgan Woods.
Thank you. Next speaker. And if we could please line up 21 to 25 speakers 21 through 25.
Hello, my name is Craig Rohrbacher, and I am both a parent and a teacher in the district. I actually teach right down the street from Morgan Woods at Woodbridge Elementary. I'm the music specialist. I'm here today as a parent to talk to you about the proposed changes for the boundaries, specifically with closing Morgan Woods. The proposed changes in scenario 3 that would result in Morgan Woods closing would have a profound effect on my family. As my wife mentioned, not only does our son go to Morgan Woods, he's a 4th grader. He's looking at going into 5th grade next year. That's, a fun time for a lot of elementary school kids. It's their peak of elementary school. But my wife works there. She's been the literacy coach for 3 years at the school, and she's done an amazing job, a tremendous job with working with those teachers and improving the instruction. My father is the gifted teacher, and he actually came out of retirement to help fill positions last year and for the opportunity to work with his grandson and to work with his daughter-in-law. My wife's aunt is also a 1st grade teacher at the school. Morgan Woods is not just a school, it's a community, it's a family. And all of this proposed change where the school would close would send my family scattering into multiple different directions. And as a parent, I'm not okay with that. As a teacher, thinking about the impact that these families are going to go through, knowing my school right down the street, we've grown, our numbers are up over 100 students from the beginning of the school year. Morgan Woods is experiencing the same growth. Town and Country is experiencing the same level of growth. And a lot of these families are coming in from other countries. There's families that don't speak English. It's a high ELL population. They're academically disadvantaged because of the lower socioeconomic status of a lot of the families in the area. Taking them and having to send them to different schools, no matter how close they may be to their original school site, is going to cause so much upheaval and so much trauma to kids that are probably already dealing with traumas that we don't even know about. In regards to that as well, thinking about the financial impact, I've had conversations with other people about what is going to be the financial gain or the financial impact that the district is going to see with the repurposing of these schools? What are the plans for these schools that are going to close? Someone else mentioned it earlier that closing these schools and then just having them sit empty because we don't actually have a plan for them is going to hurt even more if these families are forced to move from their schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Alicia. This is my husband, Will, and our daughter, Riley. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak here today. Morgan Woods holds a special place in our hearts. Our daughter has been going to Morgan Woods for most of kindergarten and 1st grade. I myself went to Morgan Woods as a child. My father is a retired electrician for 40 years for the school board. He actually wired a lot of the old of Morgan Woods. I'm a Town and Country girl, born and raised. But nostalgia aside, Morgan Woods holds a special place in our heart because it has been a welcoming family at the time that we needed it the most. And this school has shown us what it is like to have a school that truly cares about every kid and every experience. When Riley first started kindergarten, we first looked to charter schools, convinced that it was best for us. But after 6 weeks at Henderson Hammocks and too many issues that left us fearing for her safety, we withdrew her and looked elsewhere. Thankfully, we were able to enroll her in Morgan Woods, and we have never questioned our decision. The staff showered us with love and empathy, hand-holding that we needed. This we have no way to repay them for all that they did for us and our situation. We have seen this time and time again at this school. We are incredibly thankful for the choice program because without a doubt, Morgan Woods is the school that we would choose again and again and again. We believe in public schools. We believe in the support of teachers and school staff and the pure passion for what they do. Morgan Woods is nothing short of amazing. Ms. Kepa has done an amazing job making Morgan Woods feel more like a family. Despite the challenges over the past few years dealing with COVID, the teachers show up and roll with the punches. Excuse me. Please reconsider scenario 3. After everything these teachers and staff and children have been through over the past few years, this is an incredible school, an amazing family, and we beg you, please do not break up this happy family. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Riley, and I go to Morgan Woods. We have some friends there, and some are old friends. We love them so much, so please, please, please don't close down Morgan Woods.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Brittany Fontana. This is my husband, Pat Fontana, and I'm speaking today regarding the school boundary decision you'll be voting on next month. Please understand that closing a school like Morgan Woods would be devastating to the community around it. Morgan Woods has been a staple since I moved to 12 Oaks when I was 5 years old. My siblings, husband, and I all attended Morgan Woods, and we can say the environment of that school was unlike any other school that we had attended. The teachers and community around it were outstanding, and when it came time for us to enroll our daughter this year, it was a no-brainer that Morgan Woods would be the school. Our decision was purely based on the community and fond memories that outweighed the school grading and statistics. I'm proud to say that after 30 years, it still shares the very same nurturing environment that we had for my daughter now. Please don't close a school that gives a child who had zero interest in attending the excitement and eagerness to go to school and learn today. We have the comfort of knowing that she is less than 5 minutes away in case she needs us without leaving our neighborhood. Please consider listening to our views and concerns before choosing to repurpose some of these amazing schools, especially Morgan Woods. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I just want to say, just real quick, yeah, my wife and I, she already covered most everything. My lovely wife did such a great job. I don't have much to say. But we've lived in 12 Oaks, born and raised. We went to Morgan Woods 30 years ago, me and her together. That's where we met. So we've been there the whole time, loved everything about it. We bought the house right next door to the house I grew up in, where my mom still lives. Our daughter Emma is in kindergarten now. She came up with the pandemic. She didn't go to any daycare or anything like that. She was very shy. She didn't want to go to school. It was something she had never done before, going and meeting new people, making new friends. She didn't want to do any of it. But then she went to Morgan Woods, and now she can't wait to go to school every single day. She loves everything about it. She's gone from not being interested in reading, being in the 7th percentile, to being in the 97th percentile. Just from the teachers and the support she gets at that school. So thank you guys very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Carrie Barati, and I live in the North Bon Air neighborhood. I have 2 children, a 5-year-old in Grady Elementary and a 2-year-old hopefully to follow. At this point, you have heard many times how the community feels about the flawed survey and process for drawing the boundary changes. The North Bon Air community has been meeting regularly with our neighboring communities to discuss solutions. Together, we have attended community events related to this issue, and it has become clear that blanket scenarios have a different effect on schools that are in different areas, and they're completely unrelated to each other. We ask that the North Bon Air and West Shore Palms area be removed from scenarios 2 and 3 if these scenarios bring positive changes to other parts of Hillsborough County. We ask that you keep North Bon Air and West Shore Palms in the Grady Coleman Plant school zones. Here are some things that we discussed and that were positively received within our community over the alternative of going to Pierce and Jefferson. Please consider using Madison as a satellite campus for Plant 9th graders who would then move on to Plant High School for 10th, 11th, and 12th grade if capacity is an issue. Consider a school center that might accommodate 8th graders from Coleman and 9th graders from Plant to alleviate some of the overcrowding so that Coleman would be a grade 6 and 7 school. There would be an alternative campus to host 8th grade Coleman kids and 9th grade Plant kids, and then Plant would host 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. Perhaps consider a double or staggered sessions at Plant or maybe Coleman so that some students are there for earlier parts of the day and others are there for parts of the later day. Consider for students that need to be rezoned from the Coleman or Plant district to place them first in line for priority for magnet and choice schools ahead of just the general population for anyone who has to be rezoned. I have emailed these concerns and ideas to all of the board members, Mr. Davis, and all of the secretaries, but I'd only heard back from one secretary. One of the biggest concerns I have with the flawed survey is related to diversity. I am Caucasian and my husband is Latino. Our children are therefore Latino and fit into that mixed racial and ethnicity category. I was told at one of the meetings that the metric used to ensure diversity was to look at the data for the free and reduced lunches in order to diversify this process. I find this highly offensive as you cannot determine race by looking at socioeconomics alone. Our kids are Latino and they do not get free or reduced lunch. They are part of the diversity in North Bon Air and they would be part of the very small portion of diversity in Plant and Coleman. It disturbs me that North Bon Air and West Shore Palms are being considered to be removed from the Coleman and Plant district. There are really only a handful of students in these two communities that are currently enrolled in Plant and Coleman, and they're not contributing to that overcrowding that would justify moving us. But they make a big
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening, members of the board. I'm Cass Miller, parent of 2 Hillsborough County public school students and advocate. First, I want to voice my support for the Hazel program proposed by Dr. Hickman's office. I wish I had more time to praise this mental health initiative, but I also come with a personal issue. I want to introduce you to my daughter, Ruby. Ruby, hi, how old are you? How old are you? Are you 5?
Yes.
What's your favorite color?
Pink.
And what's your favorite animal?
Kitty.
Kitty. Okay, she's a little shy, but she was excited to talk to you. Ruby is a student who benefits from the PEEPS program and is currently in a blended VPK PEEPS classroom. She is thriving, continues meeting goals, and ready to take on kindergarten in a general education setting. I'd say that's great news for not only my family, but the district. The supportive services she received worked. Unfortunately, she is going to be punished for the early interventions she received that were offered from the district. Ruby's older sister attends one of your incredible local magnet schools. She has attended since kindergarten, and for the past 5 years, we've built a community filled with love, acceptance for both of my students who have autism spectrum diagnoses. My oldest daughter's diagnosis came in 2nd grade, but felt so safe to share it. She even started an Autism Acceptance Week with the support of her school leaders. As Ruby is an emerging kindergartner, we applied for her to attend this very same school. And while I was aware there was no guarantee for siblings, a practice I still have curiosities about, considering the reasoning has always been equity, yet applicants who purchase a $500 membership to local businesses, or this local business alliance, get a particularly similar weight for siblings in the lottery. I was aware no less. That said, nothing could prepare me for the information I received 2 weeks ago. I was informed that because Ruby has an IEP, she would not receive an offer until her transitional IEP in an effort to ensure the school can accommodate her needs. That IEP meeting will likely happen in April, excluding Ruby from an offer. The school in reference, again, currently has 100% of the services needed to accommodate Ruby's IEP. As these interventions have worked, Ruby's support needs are low. I provided the Magnet office with a copy of her IEP completed a month ago, requested they release any hold. I have yet to hear a response. I am again before the board requesting formally that the Magnet office release the hold. I know it does not guarantee Ruby placement, but it will provide me the same information I need as her parent at the same time as the parents of her typical peers. I want to know whether she gets in based on the same merits as everyone else without any question whether or not she was being discriminated against for her disability. I think we can all agree that withholding academic opportunities from neurodivergent students is not the standard Hillsborough County Public Schools holds itself to. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, and as speakers 26 through 30 can please go against the wall. Thank you. Speakers 26 to 30.
Madam Chair, this is working? Okay. Madam Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. My name is Sergio Sanz, and I'm here before you in two ways. One is as a parent of a child that goes to Steinbrenner High School, and secondly as the president of the HOA for our community. I wanted to say that on behalf of the residents of the Promenade at Lake Park community, I want to thank you all for your work in addressing the serious issues affecting our children and communities regarding underfunded, overcrowded, and underutilized public schools. We implore you, however, to slow down and review the process, decisions, and allow our voices to be heard and considered. It has been said that in the final scenario could be something different than scenarios 1, 2, or 3. More time must be allowed for a transparent process, including an open and meaningful process and exchange with affected communities, especially regarding the final proposed scenario, to strengthen the accuracy and integrity of the decisions being made. Now, let me tell you where we are. Our community is on the northeast corner of Dale Mabry Highway and Van Dyke Road intersection. We're right across from the entrance to the Veterans Highway, Veterans Expressway. This northeast intersection includes not only our home, our residence neighborhood, but also two apartment complexes called the Altus Promenade. These are very diverse residencies with tenants who moved here so their children could attend Steinbrenner High School. Many families' decisions to move to our neighborhoods was hinged around the desire to find an affordable solution to higher education for their children without the added expense of private schooling. Steinbrenner High School has been that higher education solution for many families here. Under scenario 2, you will be underutilizing the student diversity at Steinbrenner High. Steinbrenner student diversity is slightly above average based on publicly available data, but scenario 2 could negatively impact Steinbrenner High School in contrast to an already diverse student population. So we want you to consider that we are not in favor of scenario 2. The last thing I want to add is, for some inexplicable reason, all scenario models for the Steinbrenner High School rezoning idea have omitted or have unaffected, rather, Crenshaw Lakes neighborhood, which doesn't make any sense. They're much closer to Gaither High School than we are, and yet they're included in the proposal.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Superintendent and school board members. My name is Margarita Novak, and I want to thank you for your time today. From your prior workshop on January 17th with the DOE lettered purpose statement position aligned with the Florida statute laws, knowing your two positions on your two intentions to not break any of the laws, but to continue to upkeep the policy in place. But as Member Washington stated, words hold such power and influence. I hope you choose to ask for a clear understanding for how it's not aligned with the state statute and how it corresponds to non-university schools. Knowing asking you for these clarifications on matters can lead to repercussions that are questionable, but having it just been Martin Luther King, I feel it's very fitting that time is always the time is always right to do what is right. As important as it is to make sure that we are not breaking laws with the DOE, I don't wish that this deters our board members' attention on the bigger conversation in hand regarding the boundary analysis. I'm coming here to you as a parent, not just as a parent, but as a community member that is incredibly disappointed on how communication has been transparent throughout this process. However, many board members have also stated that they do not feel yet that they have received any evidence of data that proves the boundary revisions beneficial. If the board feels that they aren't being equipped with sufficient understandings of the analysis, how do you expect our community to understand? This information should have already been provided to us, not having us wait for the January 31st for it to hopefully come out. Yet requesting this change with less time, lack of public engagement, and lack of evidence to make an educated decision of our board and our community. This has caused a division within our districts and community neighborhoods, creating so many squeaky wheels from all different directions. When in reality, we should all be joining together to create one very large, very loud squeaky wheel that demands for evidence in your data and equity in the community communication. Having 97% of identified participants be parents receiving out to the local, having 97% identified participants be parents, and we should be reaching out to local businesses, parishes, and centers is a disservice to our children and our community. This decision is bigger than just myself and my family. It affects my neighbors, our community, and so much more importantly, our future generations. So we're not happy with how this process started, but guess what? It's not too late to make the right decisions and adjust our analysis to involve inclusion and underrepresented communities. The time for action is now and not waiting until the 31st for the further down the line.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon, school board and superintendent. I'm High Member Rendon. I haven't been here to speak since you have started. I live in your district, so I want to say hello. My name is Jennifer Hart. As most of you know, can you hear me? I'm really tall. As most of you know, I've been a teacher in Hillsborough County since 2004. There are so many issues happening right now in our county, and I would love to speak on all of them. And solidarity to the teachers and parents speaking about boundary changes. I feel for you. I hope that process is halted. But I'm actually here today to talk about teacher pay. Yeah, because that's still ongoing, right? According to a National Gallup poll from June of 2022, K-12 teachers experienced the highest rates of burnout compared to any other job in the United States, especially since the pandemic started. Teachers are stressed out, y'all, and morale is low, and frankly, I'm really scared. If there isn't some significant sign of support and appreciation for teachers soon, I'm afraid that so many will leave this profession that the effects will be catastrophic. Honestly, what teachers are already being asked to do is somewhat unrealistic. For example, I have students in my classroom who are IND, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, and fourth grade level. And I'm sure you can imagine trying to differentiate effectively for that is quite a challenge. I'm concerned about how this will look if there are even more overcrowded classrooms next year. Actually, for this year though, I'm one of the lucky ones. I'm not in a school that's overcrowded or affected by boundary changes. Don't know how that happened, but I feel good. I'm so good. But there are in middle school and high school teachers that are really in overcrowded classrooms. In middle school and high school specifically, they're covering classes and they are basically working all day with no breaks. So I'm really concerned what this is going to look like if a significant chunk of teachers leave for next year. These issues are already also on top of financial and personal issues. As you know, we're having an affordable housing crisis in this county. There are stories about teachers who can't find places to live, are sleeping in their cars, etc. It's heartbreaking. To speak personally for my life, due to cost of living increases and inflation and no steps, I make less and less money every year. I have to work extra jobs to make ends meet. I work harder and I have less to show for it than I did 10 years ago. I never thought that this would be the case. It's really disappointing. So I'm asking you so respectfully, please give us the agreed upon steps that we are owed. Teachers entered into what we thought was an agreement, and we feel like we did our part, so please do yours and vote for our 2 steps. And since I have a second, institutional racism is real, and it will not hurt people's little ears to hear about it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Getulio Gonzalez Military. It's good to see some of you again. I'm here not in a professional capacity, just as myself. I'm a non-traditional student in the district, sociology major. I just wanted to read this statement by Dr. Bernice A. King that she put out, and then I'll say what I have on my chest. In the same week we witnessed the world celebrate my father's legacy in the battle against racism, Florida leaders in the state's Department of Education rejected an advanced placement course about African American studies. The cryptic rationale for banning the course suggests Florida would prefer its students not to learn about our nation's well-documented history of genocide, slavery, discrimination, and oppression imposed upon black people. Those who arrived at the U.S. border and shores involuntarily, marking a 244-year era of unmitigated dehumanization, persecution, torture, and murder. Let me move on to the next one. So no amount of propaganda, fear-mongering around wokeness or political aspirations can cause us to unlearn the history. We as citizens must demand the truth. Florida's leaders should not appear comfortable and accomplished in rejecting this course. The College Board should lay bare the curriculum here and challenge Florida to explain exactly what they deem inappropriate in the course and why they, as political appointees, have the expertise to determine what African American studies is all about. The time is now. The children are waiting for you to step up, stop the propaganda and disinformation, and show them how you will stand for justice and truth. The King Center stands ready to facilitate a win-win outcome to conflict around AP African American Studies course. It's nearly 40 years since my father's birthday became a national holiday. Let's not wait any longer to offer Florida students and their peers nationwide a course that should have been available to them decades ago. So I'm here because, as far as I understand it, a threat to justice, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice anywhere. That's the quote or something like that. My point is, institutional racism is real. I grew up in this district as a West Tampa student. They used to bus to Madison Middle School. The first time I actually organized was writing a petition. Thanks, Ms. Williamson, if you're still around. I wrote a petition and I got 300 students to sign it because students, black students and Latino students, were being suspended because of what they wore. Okay, because they had tall tees on. Give me a break, right? So institutional racism is real, and also you're scaring teachers out there. I organize students in the district, right? High school students, your high school students, all right? And a lot of them are saying they don't feel comfortable with their teachers being scared to teach history, right? That's something y'all got to look into. That's all I have to say. I use my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is David Sinclair. I live at 8434 Pebble Circle, Tampa. I'm the Deputy State Director for LULAC, the League of United Latin American Citizens. I'm here to speak about the issue of the electric school buses that we need. I'm also the LULAC Florida Chair on Climate and Environment issues. The air quality in our community is horrible. We know that. We've heard about that. We read about that. The opportunity to move away from the school buses that are fueled by diesel is available for us. There are federal funds available now to school districts who wish to apply for these federal funds to have an electric school bus fleet. There's been no mention that I know of that our Hillsborough School District has been applying for these federal funds. Have I missed such an announcement? So what justification could we have that the district has a lack of action in applying for these federal funds for electric school buses? Hopefully you can talk about that today. The exhaust fumes of the current diesel-burning school buses expose our children to toxic chemicals. These exhaust fumes exacerbate childhood asthma. A quote here from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, 2013. Children from low-wealth families and communities of color are most vulnerable, experiencing more emergency room visits, hospitalizations, and deaths due to asthma compared to the general population. So a lack of action on applying for the electric school bus funds is unacceptable to me. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker for tonight.
Hi. My name is Samara Apsel. I live in West Tampa. And I am here in support of some of the earlier requests for looking at, for applying for federal funds for electric buses. And not coincidentally, this also connects to institutional racism. I'm not going to go into that. There's a lot that can be said about that, but there is clearly a connection. Children from lower wealth families and communities of color are more likely to have respiratory illnesses compared to the rest of the population due to living in neighborhoods where they're exposed to more polluted air, more toxic chemicals, more things like lead and mold. As a result, they also miss more school and more learning opportunities. Their parents also have to miss work and pay more medical bills in order to take care of the children who suffer from asthma and other respiratory illnesses, in many ways because of where they live. Back to the buses. The exhaust fumes of the current diesel-burning school buses expose our county's children, and everyone else, to toxic chemicals. Guess which children are more likely to ride the bus to school and breathe more of these toxic fumes? Children of color and children of lower wealth families. Pursuing federal funds for electric school buses would be an important step to addressing something that is not just an environmental issue, but also an issue of social and economic justice. It would especially benefit children who are already more likely to suffer from things like asthma, other kinds of respiratory health problems, due to living in historically neglected, if not targeted, neighborhoods. Please get creative, pursue the federal funds. We are behind many other cities in Florida, not to mention the rest of the country. And while you're at it, try to get things like sidewalks. So the kids who don't take the bus, who live within walking distance, have safe ways to get home. All children deserve to have a safe route for walking to and from school. And while you're at it, you also need some bike racks outside this building. So, thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our public comment for today. We'll have employee input at 6 o'clock. We'll now move to the proclamations. AO1, adoption of proclamation National School Counseling Week, observed February 6th through February 10th. A member pres will be highlighting this proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. School counselors are essential to our school family. Hillsborough County Public Schools makes it a priority to have a counselor in every one of our elementary, middle, and high schools. School counselors are more critical now than ever before. They specialize in recognizing and responding to the need for mental health services and promoting social emotional wellness for all students. School counselors collaborate with other educators and community service providers to meet the need of the whole child. So many times they go above and beyond to provide for students and families in need.
Thank you, Member Pres. I need a motion and a second to approve National School Counseling Week, observes February 6th through February 10th, 2023. I have a motion by Member Pres and I have a second by Member Gray. Any discussion? Member Perez?
So, there was an article recently published. It's called Teens Under Stress, and it talked about the issues that teens are facing right now. And right now, suicides have jumped 58% in the past 3 years. And our school counselors, first of all, the teen stress includes anxiety and depression, and this is brought on by intense social media involvement, emotional isolation, and, the definition of trying to get into a successful four-year college. But also social pressure, trauma at home or school, and also, unfortunately, the political climate. School counselors also said that there's an underlying of multiple stressors on top of one another that are bringing teens to the breaking point. The American School Counselor Association guides said that every school should have at least one counselor for every 250 students. But right now the average is 464 to one counselor. So, but right now our counselors give priority to students with pressing needs like serious problems at home, anxiety, suicidal thoughts. And, this doesn't leave much time for our counselors to help students who are trying to get ready for college. I want to thank our counselors for everything that they do, and I can't stress enough the importance of our school counselors, and I appreciate all they do. They are the foundation to a vibrant student body and a vibrant school, and they are the foundation of the success of students working alongside our teachers, principals, and parents. And thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Gray?
Thank you, Member Perez, for that proclamation. I do see some counselors way back in our audience, and I cannot thank them enough. You are, of course, the heartbeat of our students. I understand, and we all do now, for sure, that mental health, there is a crisis among our students, and I might also say many of our staff members. Having said that, I'm happy to see that within today's board meeting, we will have, for our parents' use and our students' use, telemed and teletherapy, which is a wonderful device to make it affordable for future, dealing with mental health crises and trauma. Also, I want to thank Holly Sayers' team for putting together, and we'll talk about this in our next Hillsborough Healthy School meeting, a mental health trauma plan. So many of our students, especially the immigrants coming in, have undergone much trauma. But enough said about that. Counselors, thank you again for what you do, and your heart is in your work, and it makes such a huge difference to our students' well-being.
Thank you, Member Gray. And I just really wanted to say, thank you, Member Perez, for noting that. I mean, we are seeing students struggling all the way from, pre-K all the way through, and the importance of our counselors and being, proactive instead of reactive. And I know Superintendent Davis, we've talked about this a lot for the last couple of months. Every time when I meet with you, what are we doing about we have such a huge shortage of counselors, and we are losing a lot of counselors in the high school. And my concern is also just how much testing is involved, and how do we take that off their plate so that that way we can really focus on students. So I think board, we've talked about this and we were talking about counselors, but I really want to be proactive and come up with solutions, because with the amount of testing that's being required in the high school level, SAT, ACT, countless, and what can we do to support those counselors? Because I know at several of the schools that I represent, we are really short of counselors in those schools, and that is so important. And I think one of the issues that we're having is obviously pay, but also the job that somebody went in to do. They're actually doing a lot of testing, coordinating. So I really would like to continue to look at that, what we can do instead of being reactive, being proactive with the counselors and the counselor positions. Thank you. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. Thank you, Member Prez. As always, every opportunity we get to be such a strong advocate and to always remind us of the importance of mental health and the holistic health and education of our students. Thank you for bringing up testing and the lack of mental health counselors we have in our schools. I think that's something we need to continue to talk about as a board, since we have obviously prioritized mental health. Thank you for this proclamation and for all of the hard work of all of our employees who are focused on our students' mental health. I met today with one of the leaders for our Safe Schools for Equality Florida, and I just want to remind us that our LGBTQ plus population is at the highest risk when we talk about suicide and what that looks like. And they actually just did a new survey to check in on the mental health of students, and the response coming out of Florida based on some of the legislation is heartbreaking and very terrifying about the mental health of our LGBTQ plus students. So, as we have this conversation and we talk about our role as school board members to make sure that our students are healthy and taken care of and that their needs are met, I think it's important to keep that at the forefront of our conversation about mental health. So thank you again for all of your advocacy, and thank you for all of our employees and all of your hard work.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. I hear some AI out there. No. Member Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also thank you, Member Perez, for that proclamation. It's important. I realized I was a high school principal for about 9 years, and I realized the importance of having guidance counselors. It's really difficult now because they have so many things on their plate that they must do. Like you said, Madam Chair, testing, you're trying to get the second semester, you're trying to get students ready for graduation. You're looking at all the curriculums, all what students need to have so they'll be able to walk across the stage, and it's just so many things going on. I know we don't have enough wraparound services. It's something we need to really look at, because guidance counselors can't do it all. It can't. It's so many things that guidance counselors have on the table to do, and it's very difficult for them to do it all because it's impossible. Even in elementary schools, you have a lot to do, guidance counselors in elementary schools. They really do. And putting on top of it, mental health, which is very, very important. So I must commend all the guidance counselors for all the hard work that you do, because I know it's really hard. Being a high school principal, seeing those guidance counselors, sometimes staying there till 10 o'clock at night, it's rough. It's hard. So I want to commend you, guidance counselors, for all that you do and all that you will do for Hillsborough County. And thank you all so much for being outstanding guidance counselors.
Thank you, Member Washington. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. AO2, approved proclamation of Student Services Week, February 6th to February 10th, 2023. Member Rendon will be highlighting this proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The week of February 6th through 10th is a time to celebrate our student services staff. During this week, principals and school district personnel recognize the positive work of staff members who promote the mental health, well-being, and academic success of all students. Student services staff provide educational consultation and address mental health concerns to promote emotional wellness in our district. Student counseling services, school health services, school psychological services, and school social work services are available at every school. Student services team provides services to our students through individual and group counseling, classroom presentations, faculty and administration consultation, and educational evaluations. They also engage in parent conferences and other school events to support the whole child.
Thank you, Member Rendon. I need a motion, a second, to approve Student Services Week, February 6th to February 10th. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Perez. Any discussion? Member Gray?
Yes, thank you, Member Rendon also for this proclamation encompassing, and I want to thank our staff who's here right now, Elizabeth Tanner, who does emotional wellness, Michael Kellner, who does the clinical care, Holly Saya, the Director of Mental Health Services, and Antoine Hickman, Dr. Hickman, who is overseeing the student services. What we really saw them in action was during the COVID 2020. I've never seen anything like their coverage, especially with the social workers. So you're committed, you make such a positive difference, but you connect the dots of the haves and the have-nots in so many cases, and there's more and more cases. So I applaud each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Perez?
Thank you, Social Services, for everything that you do. I know that you step up to be both mom and dad in the schools. Sometimes, you're the enforcer to our students every day. And I know you discreetly provide, soap, toothpaste, and shampoo to the students that lack these basic needs at home. And, and what you do is you expand to encompass a whole role of responsibilities for the students' social and emotional well-being. So thank you for what you do on a larger scope beyond that of the school setting. So thank you every day for what you do for our students.
Thank you, Member Perez. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. And our final proclamation for this evening is A03, Adoption of Proclamation, Hillsborough Healthy Schools, January 23rd to January 27th. Member Gray will be highlighting this proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Hillsborough Healthy Schools Committee uses the whole school, whole community, and whole child model to address health at schools and administrative sites. A healthy student is a better learner. They're more attentive, have better focus, and can retain more information. Recent research shows that higher academic grades are associated with more positive individual and cumulative health behaviors. The 9 components of the whole school, whole child, whole community include health services, nutrition services, health and physical education, psychological and social sciences, employee wellness, community involvement, and family engagement. I am proud that each of these components are well represented in our Hillsborough Healthy Schools Committee, but most importantly in our schools. The week of January 23rd through the 27th, all school sites will implement health and wellness activities for students and staff, all centered around the 9 DOE and Florida Department of Health components. A special thanks to Ashley Capucci, Ken Hart, Van Ayers, Superintendent Davis, Dina Marshall, Dr. Ross, Holly Saya, Anne-Marie Courtney, and HASA Director Johnny Bush. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Gray. I need a motion and a second to approve Hillsborough Healthy Schools for week January 23rd through January 27th, 2023. I have a motion by Member Vaughn, and I have a second by Member Washington. Any discussion? Member Vaughn?
Thank you. Thank you for this proclamation. I think it's so important that we focus on overall health of our students. And I know that I have a preview that came home from my son's school about all the engaging things and activities that they're planning for next week. And just as a parent, I was really excited to see that. And I'm glad that we're fostering that interest and the commitment to overall health of our students, the whole child. So thank you so much for this proclamation.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Gray?
Thank you, Member Vaughn, for that affirmation. And I want to thank Ashley Capucci, who's the leader in charge behind the scenes of the Wellness Week for our students, who will be bringing home various healthy activities for moms and dads and significant others. I also am reminded the Wellness Revolution, which we had, I know the name sounds kind of scary, but we had that for all of our principals, our APs, our supervisors, and that was directed by Ken Hart. So the entire school community and school sites are definitely focused. We want them to be more focused, if they could, on health and wellness, especially the mental, emotional, social aspect, which helps them be motivated day by day, day to day, week by week. But most importantly, the healthier they are, the healthier our students will become. Thank you, Superintendent Davis, also for leading the charge. Do you want to say a few things?
Yes, ma'am, the chair. I think it's very important for us to continue to focus on wellness. It is a major part of who we are as an organization. I think as we continue to make certain that we work in a collaborative effort to focus on developing the whole employee and then the entire community, I think it just makes us stronger. And you hear constituents speaking tonight about coming together. So we appreciate everyone who spearheaded this effort, and we'll continue to keep in the forefront of all of our employees. We thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Thank you, Member Gray. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Now we will move on to our consent agenda. I need a motion, a second to approve the consent agenda. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Gray. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. I will now call to Superintendent Davis to highlight our administrative appointments.
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. This evening I had an opportunity to acknowledge and introduce 3 leaders that will continue the work and transition as principals within our school district. The first leader I'd like to be able to recognize, if that individual will please stand up, that is Neil Risher. Neil is served in a variety of leadership roles in Hillsborough County over the last 18 years, most recently in the community school administrator in Lato Adult and Community School. He is a product of Hillsborough County Public Schools, also graduating from Tampa Bay Tech High School in 2001. He received a Bachelor's of Science in Physical Education, went to University of South Florida, has been a great leader. He has been a career advocate in the Lato Adult and Community Schools. We appreciate you. We welcome you to be the new principal of Brewster Technical College. Congratulations. Also, we have an opportunity for a new leader to transition to Davis Elementary School. That is Jacqueline Isahar. Please come up. Woo-hoo! You got to walk. You can't just sit over there. She is a Tampa native. She has been worked for Hillsborough County for 21 years. She started at Morgan Woods Elementary School. I think Jacqueline brought a crowd with her this evening. She taught grades 1 through 4 for 8 years. She's been dedicated. She was a reading and writing coach. Is committed to Morgan Woods. She transitioned to a district resource position as well. She is currently she's been an assistant principal at Canella Elementary School and most recently at Citrus Park for the last 10 years. Congratulations, you are a new principal at Davis Elementary School.
Stay there so we can take a picture. I know your family wants to take a picture, so.
Yeah, Neil, you may have to come back up, buddy, for the picture. He's like, got out of here. No recruiting of the Morgan Woods teachers, Jackie. Congratulations. Give a round of applause. I'm trying to help you, Jessica. Also have a new leader at Waimama Elementary School. That is Miss Karen Fletcher. Come on up. Come on up. 29 and a half years in Hillsborough County. Was a native of Georgia, but lived here since she was 5 years old. She started her career at Being Elementary School, moved to Reddick. In the last 3 years, moved into administration. She served as assistant principal at Potter Elementary School as well. She has been served as assistant principal at Waimama since 2015. We're glad to have you, Karen. Congratulations, you are the new principal. I mean, You brought yourself a shirt? Well, what's up with that? Congratulations. Neil, if anybody wants to take a picture, family, you can come up here. You can come up here, take a picture. Big deal. That's right. All three are a big deal. And as we ask constituents to speak tonight, leadership is everything. So, family photo.
Oh, it's a nice big family.
That's right. There we go. Awesome. This is your night. Okay, that's right. Here we go. I don't know how this picture is going to turn out. I don't know, Mr. Farkas. I mean, he said Tampa Bay Tech. Enjoy it. Celebrate, all three of you. Have a good night. This is your night. And we look forward to being a partner in this work. So thank you so very much. Thank you, ma'am.
Congratulations to all the principals. And we'll just pause for a moment to allow all those individuals to their families to exit the board. Okay, board members, we'll go ahead and continue. The following items will now be heard. C1101, C101, C102, C502, C601, C602, C701, C702, C703, C710, C711, C901, and C1102. We'll go ahead and begin with 1101, which is approve the contract renewal for Legacy Preparatory Academy. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I'm getting 1101. Yes, ma'am. This is a recommendation to bring a renewal for a contract for Legacy Preparatory Academy. Preparatory Academy started in 2003 and has had 3 additional renewals. This will be the 4th renewal in 2008, 2013, 2018, and bringing it back for 2023. This is a 5-year renewal. They serve 160 students at this particular school. They are also projected to have and serve 175 students as we transition to next year. They've done their school grade is currently a C school. They've historically been a C school since 21-22 as well, but bring it to the board because they qualify for a 5-year extension. Chintzia, anything? You gotta push your button.
Yes, as the superintendent stated, they met all the criteria with 3 recommendations in their review. So if you have any questions, I'm here.
Thank you, Dr. DeLange. I need a motion and a second to approve item C1101. I have a motion by Member Washington and a second. I need a second by Member Gray. Member Vaughn, Member Gray, Member Rendon, and I pulled this items. So do you have any questions or comments? And we'll just start going down the line. We'll start with Member Vaughn.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just curious, is there any feedback from the school as far as their letter grade to work on raising that, or a plan while it's not failing? You know, I'm just wondering if they have, interest in raising that and what that looks like, or if they're happy with the C, and just get some feedback from, as the school submits their plans, what their plans are to provide more services or to raise that gap, or your feedback on that.
Sure. We do our annual site visits, and that is one of the items and discussions that we have with all the schools, including Legacy, as to how they will raise the bar. And they are excited about the new progress monitoring system and measurement this year. So we do have their data for PM1, and we're waiting for PM2 to see the comparison as to if they've had any learning gains, and then we will have another discussion as to if the interventions they have in place are working or if they need to improve those.
Can I ask more? I have more time, right?
Yes.
And then, so just like we work with our schools that we're in direct, contact with, who are traditional public schools, are they identifying what some of the challenges are as far as, is it a socioeconomic gap? Is it the reading level? I mean, it looks like they have high free and reduced lunch, right? So we know there's a socioeconomic gap, and we always, as board members, I think it's important for us to talk about whether there's a connection between socioeconomics and student success, or if that's driven primarily, by teachers or school site, or if that plays a bigger picture than when we talk about it at that level. So are they giving feedback regarding some of the challenges? Like, we're able to, when we go to other schools in the area, we're able to get that feedback directly from administrators, what their challenges are when it comes to that. Have we gotten feedback from the school of what their challenges are in that letter grade?
Yes, the challenges are not only the free and reduced lunches, but the coming and going of the community members and families. They enroll and then they withdraw again. So that's a challenge. But the school administrators have been there and are well known in the community, including their governing board chair, Dr. Carl Warren. He's well known in the community, and they are committed to improving and serving that population.
Thank you. And then I have one more additional question and then a quick comment. So usually I'm surprised to see such a low ESE population at this school, especially a lot of times when things that you've talked about, low socioeconomic transiency. In a lot of the schools, when we see a high free and reduced lunch, you also see a very high ESE population. Is there any reason why theirs is so small with such a free and reduced lunch? I mean, with such a high free and reduced lunch?
It is at, I believe, at 7.2% the ESE population right now. One of the criteria that we follow and monitor are the MTSS process in the charter schools. We can't require that they do it a certain way, but we certainly have conversations, and often we find that certain schools, including this one, have very low requests for referrals, and so to us that means that their MTSS process, it might be lacking a little bit. So we do have that conversation with them. We do keep track of the number of referrals that the schools have.
Thank you. So, obviously, statutorily, we're not able to vote against these things, but I do think it's important that as board members, we have the same conversations, and these don't go by on, consent agendas without having the same conversation about expectations and what makes schools successful, and, what supports they have and what their population looks like without having a conversation as board members. Thank you.
Welcome. May I say also,
of course.
They are very collaborative in nature. So when we provide feedback, they don't take it as criticism, and they take it, at heart, and they appreciate our recommendations.
I appreciate that feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. DeLange. Thank you, Member Vaughn. Superintendent Davis, you wanted to comment?
Yes, ma'am. I was just, through the chair, I was going to echo what Chintzia just said about their willingness to be able to be collaborative. They do take our feedback as we continue to walk classrooms, identify trends and patterns. I think the other thing when you look at this particular academy is that the cohorts of students in this particular school in each grade level is really small, so every kid truly counts, and it's hard. Well, I know that they're working for initiatives to be able to look at student growth and performance, but with having a whole 145 students at scale, and then taking that away, looking at what they have for the number of students for grades 3 through 8th. There's has to be continuous work to be able to address the mobility and to put systems in place academically. But I agree, from a C perspective, everyone wants to be able to approve. A school should be able to want to approve, become its best, and we'll continue to monitor them.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Member Rendon?
Yeah, thank you so much. So one of the questions I had was, I really appreciated the parent feedback on the survey and things. Do we know the percentage of surveys they got back?
I don't have it with me, but we do have that information. I could certainly send it to all of you.
Okay. Again, because I really like the fact of the parent feedback. I think that's valuable and important. I think this is a community school that's really addressing the needs of the community. And I see from, when I look over the entire assessment, the very few recommendations allows a school like this to give options and choice to their community. And so I did want to appreciate the fact that they, I think everyone understands that some of these grades are going to be relative with the last 2 years. Our students have, addressed a lot of different needs in our community, and especially certain areas of our communities were hit harder than others. And so I think the fact that they established themselves and are still staying as a strong school speaks volumes.
Thank you. And this, the parent survey results is something that we've added in the past couple of years. It's not something that is required by the DOE, and it's not something that we even rate, but we do it to provide the schools that are renewing with, data and a parent perspective.
My last question is, you ensured all immunization records are current and entered in the to the district. Did they just not have them, or were they have some, did some people choose not to get immunizations and we just need to educate them on the proper forms?
It's a combination of all. So often the parent does provide the immunization records, but the DP doesn't input it in our system promptly. That's probably the biggest fault for many of our charter schools. So we are constantly reminding them that they have to meet the October 1st deadline. Some parents enroll and say they will bring in the paperwork after, but the schools do follow up with them, and we do monitor and follow up with the school until 100% have their immunization records.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. DeLange. I do want to say I appreciate that you have put all of the various data points on the front and back sheet as we had requested. So it really does give a very quick snapshot as to how the school is doing and the demographics. I will agree with Member Rendon. This community, this area is hard hit. And it is poverty or below poverty level, and frankly, it's very hard. It's a hard group of demographics to really engage. The only snafu, in my opinion, or not even my opinion, forget I just said that. When we talk about teachers, and when we see on that, well, you actually have it on a page 3 or 4, that there's 12 teachers, but only 6 of them are qualified, 6 of them are substitutes. If the question that Vaughn is asking, is there a plan of improvement, which we always want that plan, and I know you have it inherent as your process. If that is the question, that a plan of improvement, how can we expect this school to improve with 6 certified teachers and 6 substitutes? I would ask the same question to Superintendent Davis if we had a school that had mostly half substitutes, right? So it's a fair question. Do you have any remark on it, Dr. DeLange?
I do. As we all know, it's very difficult to recruit teachers that are already certified, especially in a school with a very, a population with several needs. But they continue to recruit, and they continue to provide supports to the existing substitutes so they can start the certification process. So we do have that conversation with them. So their frustration is your frustration is their frustration as well.
So thank you, Dr. DeLange, for that explanation. And also, I would like to have that data point, and I think you and I talked about it, put that in the front and back so we can also see the amount of certified substitute teachers on the charter schools.
It is, yes, it is currently in the HR section of the review, but we can certainly move it to the first page.
Yeah, thank you. The last thing, and Superintendent Davis, this goes to your remark. Indeed, as I talk with Dr. DeLange, they have followed, they were audited, and they are getting more involved in accountability as towards their finances, which is a good thing, because that's what our number one concern is. How are the charters being held accountable? Well, now we are looking at that. Dr. DeLange, you're doing an excellent job. You really are. So I commend what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and I thank my team.
And your team. Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. I echoed the same concerns. The number of substitute teachers is almost like 50% population of the teachers at that school, and then the low ESE rate. And I'm just wondering, will we at some point start tracking when students, are captured during that FTE count, and then those students leave? You know how often, we'll get students, charters will get the FTE, and then students are then placed somewhere else. Do we track that information?
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. We do have that in our system where students come from as they enroll and withdraw. We do capture that information and can identify those students who transition from one location to the next.
I hope one day that the money will follow the child, not stay at the school, and that would really be the ultimate goal, because it would be the best thing for that child.
And through the chair, I think this is perfectly aligned to one of our legislative priorities, is to make certain we move the FTE calculations from 4 to 6 calculations to be able to have a better snapshot and receive additional resources and funding in real time when children are transitioning to one location to the next. I think it only gives us a better chance to be able to serve our learners as we move forward.
And then just like my last comment with the recommendations, a lot of it had to do with the financial issues or challenges that they had with evidence of payments for the teacher lead funds and files and receipts and safe and reliable tracking system. When will you monitor, or what does that look like to make sure that they are following the recommendations and the findings?
Yes, ma'am. So teacher lead, we go in and we do a really thorough audit, and we look back 3 years worth of documentation. And the teacher lead, we look at their records to make sure really the responsible people are the teachers in spending the money, the state funds correctly. But we put the onus on the schools to make sure that they're putting in a system that works, so they can keep track of the teacher lead money. So we could not find the 2019-2020 receipts, so they will kind of improve their process through our recommendation. We have, for the schools that have to improve this process, we have recommended Class Wallet to them. We can't make them purchase Class Wallet like the district uses, but what our office does is certainly bring in the vendor and explain what the benefit is in using such a system.
Now, those substitute teachers obviously would not qualify for that money.
No, ma'am.
So that's kind of, concerns me if you're getting a pocket of money and only half the teachers are really eligible.
Correct.
Okay.
So we determine who is eligible, and we give the school the money based on the eligible teachers.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Board members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. It is now almost 6 o'clock, so we will go ahead and start with employee input. We will take employee input even though we hear public comment at the beginning of the meeting. It is sometimes difficult for employees of our district to attend meetings at 4. There are many ways for employees to make their voices heard, including through your union representatives, emails, phone calls, one-on-one conversations, and public comment at the beginning of the meeting. The board wants to hear from you. With this section of our agenda, we are creating another avenue for employees to speak to the board. We're setting aside 30 minutes for employees of the district to speak to the board about any issues that are on their mind. This is not intended to be a discussion about specific agenda items on tonight's agenda, but rather an opportunity for you to speak to the board about any issues related to your job or district. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, and we will have 4 speakers today. And if we'll go ahead and start.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Rob Crete, president of CTA. There's a lot of rhetoric coming from Tallahassee, specifically the governor, about what unions are doing or not doing. I can tell you what I'm not hearing is anything that's going to help our vacancy issue that we have in Hillsborough County and across the state of Florida in getting qualified teachers and support professionals in front of the kids that desperately need them. Now, I will dispel a few of those lies out there about what we do and how we do it. First of all, I am not a union boss. I am a teacher on special assignment. I've been a teacher in this district for 24 years. I have the honor and the crazy job of being the megaphone for the teachers, the support professionals, and the students in this district, and I will continue to do that regardless of what happens. And I can promise you that our union and the union in Florida will not go away. I don't make a salary more than the highest paid teacher. It happens that I was elected in this job in my 24th year, so I was already at the top of the scale, and that is what the union president makes in Hillsborough County. So I'd like to be clear about that. Also, the idea that we're going to protect people's paychecks from what's going on out there. Okay? No one is a union member without their consent. We are a right-to-work state. People choose to join the union. Thankfully and happily, most professionals in the state of Florida are union members because they recognize the advocacy of what we do. We will continue to fight for the schools that our students deserve today, tomorrow, and going forward. So I want you to know that that will continue. With the State Board of Ed talking about unions slowing down the process of bargaining. Bargaining is where two parties come together to negotiate where we're at. We got to a standstill. We're at impasse. The state wants to change the law so that way it defaults to what the district proposes. That is the exact opposite of what collective bargaining is. And we vehemently disagree that what we're doing is hurting the process. We are doing what we are asked to do, which is be the advocates for our teachers and support professionals so they can help those students in the classroom. We're not going away, not today, not ever. Thank you. We need your help more than ever before.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I am Laura Hottenstein, except for board member Rendon. Pretty much all of you have heard me and heard my story and over and over and over again. But I am a high school counselor, and I am currently the president of the Hillsborough School Counseling Association. I have spoken a few times, again, told my story. Today I want to share the words of one of my colleagues who's an elementary counselor. She couldn't be here tonight. School counselors are not just the heart of a school. We are also the eyes, ears, and hands of a school. School counselors are everywhere at once. We know most students' test scores, grades, family dynamics, favorite food, and shoe size from memory. What does a school counselor do? Sit in an office and just listen to problems? No. So much more. We check in every morning on our students. We are in classrooms delivering lessons on a monthly rotation. We run small groups and meet individually with students. We advise families on academic resources and help set goals. We are at every meeting under the sun. School counselors also cry with families who experience a traumatic event and find balance around sensitive issues. We make sure to build a bridge between school and home because it does take a village. We wear running shoes because at any moment we drop everything to help somebody in need, to help in crisis. My Go365 account is racking up points from my daily steps. Don't forget the lunchroom. We monitor cafeteria safety and wipe down tables. We tiptoe around people who volunteer us to do things outside of our job duties. I ask this one thing, free us up from 90 minutes of duty each day. That's 7.5 hours each week in duty. Allow us to have more time with students and families in a meaningful way to our profession. What I'm going to add, because again, that was the words of my colleague, it is true on every level what she said. We are being torn in a million different directions. We have a lot of our time is used as pseudo admin, or we are seen as the extra bodies. Last year, I covered a lot of classes. I am feeling lucky that I don't cover classes this year, but that is not the case in every school. The less time we spend with our students, the less they are getting. We have tons of vacancies in this district, and it is getting bigger and larger because we are not being respected for the profession we have. Again, no one can sub for us. We're it. That's it. Nobody can sub for our job. And again, what I'm going to say is I challenged this board before to speak with a counselor when you can go on campuses. It seems like, I don't know if you did or didn't, whatever besides me, but I'm glad to hear your words today. What I will say is get to know what we really do. When you go on these campuses, have these conversations with these counselors. Don't just talk to the teachers. Don't just talk to admin. Talk to us and talk to us alone. And then, I'm sorry, thank you for having my time, but one more thing. Thank you for the proclamation.
Thank you. Just like to be consistent. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, school board members, Superintendent Davis, and staff. First, I wrote these comments prior to the proclamation, so I do want to thank you for your comments this evening. My name is Angela Zenek, and I am one of the school counseling services supervisors, very proudly. I'm also a product of Hillsborough County Public Schools, Baycrest Elementary, Lomax 6th Grade Center, Sly 7th Grade Center, Greco Junior High, and a 1988 graduate of King High School, where Coach Washington was my driver's ed teacher. One of my driver's ed teachers. Yes. Love Coach Washington. He was wonderful. So I'm here tonight speaking in honor of the proclamation of National School Counseling Week 2023. I want to take this time to recognize school counselors and school counseling in Hillsborough County Public Schools. I know everyone in this room is aware a comprehensive school counseling program is vital to the success of students K through 12. The work of Hillsborough County Schools, school counselors, what they do is nothing short of miraculous, especially considering the number of vacancies we have, which right now sits at approximately 50. K-12. Some of our high schools have multiple vacancies, which compounds the issue. Approximately 20 of those vacancies are just since the start of the school year, so they were hired and they have since left. The other school counseling services supervisors and our coordinator are providing ongoing targeted support to those schools, along with supporting our approximately 400 other school counselors. And while we all know pay is a concern for our instructional employees, which includes school counselors, a greater concern is allowing school counselors the time to do the work they were specifically educated with a master's degree and trained to do, what is in their job description, and what is in School Board Policy 2411, School Counseling Services. We should ensure that schools follow best practices, ensuring that counselors are dedicating their time to providing direct and indirect counseling services to students. So that's what we want to try to do, and I heard those comments this evening from the board, and I really appreciate that, and we look forward to working in collaboration with you. We appreciate the board and district support and advocacy for school counselors. Together, we can prepare students for life and help students dream big. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker tonight.
Hi, I'm Carissa Denica from Gaither High School. I, again, didn't have time to really write something up. I hate doing this because I usually get myself in trouble in there. But I want to talk about pay, but I want to talk about why and what's different in what we are doing now versus what we've done before. Those of you that were teachers before, if you retired 5-10 years ago or stopped teaching that time, it's wildly different now. Obviously, when I started teaching, I came in with 6 classes and one off. but there was also smaller class sizes. So there were maybe 25 kids, maybe a little bit over if it was a weird, thing. Now where I'm at in my classes is I've got 34, 35 students in my classroom. I have 6 of those classes. I am expected to not only teach them, which is obviously what I'm here to do, but I am also expected to keep their grades updated, which I prioritize. I am also required or certainly best practice to maintain my Canvas account and make sure that they have information that they need. These are things that the teachers that when I came through Hillsborough County, through Bellamy Elementary School, Town and Country Elementary through Head Start program is where I started, through my speech IEP program, through Bellamy Elementary, through Ben Hill Middle, and then through Sickles, and then when Alonzo opened up, I was the first graduating class. I've been through this, and my teachers, even though they were amazing, weren't required to maintain a website for me. I wasn't, they also received 2 conference periods to go through and do their grading, do their planning with. I'm not afforded any of those things. I'm afforded half of that, and yet I'm still requested to do a job that even then, and I'm not downplaying what they did, even then they had to spend more hours, and I'm asked for more and more. And so what I find myself doing is doing less and less. I'm not going to do Mu Alpha Theta. I'm not going to do a club because why not? I'm not getting paid for it. There's no point. I don't get benefits from it. I don't get anything from it. And that might sound like, oh, well, that's a problem with me. But this is my career. This is a job. Number one, I get paid for this. And why aren't we getting paid to do the job that we want to do? Why aren't we getting more out of this? I didn't intend to talk 3 minutes about it, but it happened. And I hope something changes.
Thank you. Thank you. And that concludes our employee input. We will now resume our agenda. 101, Agreement for Technical Services 2290 ATS-IV with Prismatic Services Incorporated for the evaluation of the American Rescue Plan, Homeless Children and Youth Grant Project. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. This is part of the American Rescue Plan grant. It really helps us to be able to address the homeless students and youth within our community. As you know, Hillsborough County has 4,000 homeless students within our organization that we continue to extend and try our best to be able to provide ongoing services. This is a $3 million grant that was awarded to Hillsborough County during the American Rescue Plan, and this allows us to be able to address by increasing physical and mental health services to our students, allow them to provide access to technology and any additional intervention. We provide transportation to our students, uniforms to our students, cleaning supplies to our families, laundry detergents, utilities, Wi-Fi, dental care, all to be able to help them and lead them to be successful. Within each of the grants, we are openly required to make certain that we have an evaluator to be able to review all of the grants implementation to approve the implementation plan and also to make certain that all the dollars are aligned to what we asked within our particular grant. With this, we put out a bid, and Prismatic Services was awarded, and it's a $43,000 expenditure that's embedded into the grant and required as part of this initiative. So bring it to the board for approval.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second to approve item C101. I have a motion by Member Hahn. I have a second by Member Gray. Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
I do. Thank you. First of all, I'm so glad that the American Rescue Act is providing more for our homeless students. 4,000 is identified, but there are more that haven't been identified through the system. I also like to use any opportunity when we have evaluators and consultants that we're paying extra money for to point out that a lot of times they're built into the grant, and that's not things that as a district or as board members we're identifying paying additional dollars towards, because we do hear a lot of feedback from the community. Why are you always looking at this? Why are you paying an evaluator for this grant? Why are you paying consultants? So I always like the opportunity to point out for full transparency to the public that many of these grants, it's built into them that we have to hire these outside evaluators and consultants consultants. And just finally, as important it is to support our homeless students, I would like to also look at opportunities about supporting our homeless teachers and employees, which the number is on the rise as we have an affordable housing crisis in our city and our county. And so I don't know if there's a way to utilize some of the American Rescue grants to look at, staff. I know that the more and more we hear about it, the more homeless, teachers and administrators, but staff members that we have. So I would just love if we have the opportunity through any grant departments to look at supporting that community as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Perez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have you spoken with, to identify all of the homeless, our homeless families that include their children with Children's Services? Because I know that there's some families who do not report their homelessness. And this number might be a little bit higher. Kelly Paris with the Children's Services can collaborate with us to identify more of these children, because I believe it's close to 6,000. I know that we have 4,000, recorded, but I believe the number is a little bit higher. According to what the Children's Services is talking about.
Yes, ma'am. And through the chair, our team, really does do a really good job collaborating with Kelly and her team as well. We just go on what we have for identification, and we know that with the growing inflation that we see in the Tampa region, that it's not only being hindering to our students, but also to our employees as well. And as Mrs. Vaughn identified, and also had conversations with Mrs. Rendon over the last couple of weeks, this is a growing need to be able to further support our teachers as well. And also made a statement at the state board conference the other day, our meeting the other day, about how we need to be able to push forward and be able to help adults that are under our employment as well.
And do we classify homelessness as not having a place to live, or do we classify homelessness as sheltering with another family?
Yes, ma'am. I'll let Doc go ahead.
Thank you. For our purposes, we use the McKinney-Vento definition, which includes our doubled up families, hotel, motel, shelter, cars, non-traditional campground, that type of thing. But we do use the McKinney-Vento definition, which does include doubled up. And our discrepancy with the children board numbers is because that includes children 0, which is, we include children 3 and 4 years old. So there are, newborn babies, 1-year-olds that we don't capture, but are captured in the community data because they're part of the families.
When's the last survey that was sent out to our families to capture that homeless count?
We don't necessarily survey, but upon enrollment that we capture that information, and then our social workers, our principals, our teachers, as they are made aware of situations. So we're constantly updating that data as we know about situations.
Because I know with the crisis, with the housing crisis, along with families coming in now to the district, that I believe that number has grown. So if we could do, see what that survey or how we're doing that number.
And we are higher right now than we were this time last year, definitely.
Thank you.
We'll continue to identify till the very last day of school.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Rendon?
So in reading over this in section of the contract or the grant, in section 1.3 on the first page, it states this grant is going to begin or signed by all parties on December 14th. Is this grant current or is it pending our approval?
No, through the chair, go ahead, Doc. This grant is already implemented.
Yeah, so the grant is current. It's just the contract with the outside evaluator. So we got the grant money towards the end of last school year, and it'll go through not this coming September, but the following September. So we've already been implementing the pieces of the grant. It's just the evaluator that is now coming to the board.
Okay, so also in that part, it says that no, whichever is later and shall not extend beyond September 15th, 2023. But you're saying 2024?
Yes, because we will do the contract with the evaluator 1 year at a time. So we'll bring it back again next year for the following year of the grant. But the grant is definitely already approved through 2024.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in answer to Member Perez' curious question about the Children's Board, I'm on the Children's Board, and we do have a program called Pathways of Hope. It's actually agenda item 901 in your notes. But we are identifying 10 schools that have the highest homeless rates. And as you can imagine, many of them, well, they're all over the place, actually. I was going to say, generally speaking, Seffner, Dover for sure, but Mango, Turkey Creek, way out there. But the idea that homeless kids are there's a one definite finite group, it has grown over 4 times the amount. Is that about correct? We're at 9,000 homeless. Well,
we're at about 4,000 currently, but it will grow throughout the school year, and we're definitely higher than we were at this time last year.
That's right.
Right. We have, from the Children's Board, we have that statistic. But at any rate, it's a growing problem, and thank you for lending a hand. And also, the Children's Board is working very hard on the homeless population. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 102 Sole Source 22304 ATS IV Agreement for Technical Services Agreement with the University of South Florida Board of Trustees. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair, this is an opportunity for us to have a collaboration with the University of Florida Lassiter Center. They do a really good job related to early childhood. And what this grant, which has been awarded through the High Impact Reading and Targeted Support Grant, is really through the Just Read Florida. And what this does is identify 29 schools in our school district based on VPK readiness all the way up to 3rd grade proficiency on FSA. And the state identifies these schools through a RISE initiative, which is Reading Achievement Initiative for Scholastic Excellence. And these schools that we've identified will go on to have ongoing professional development through literacy and through reading, understand strategies to understand the science of reading, providing intense intervention, how to implement small group instruction. And it goes on to make certain that we provide stipends for teachers who interact with this professional development as well. There'll be 3 days for face-to-face and also 2 days for virtual. And then we'll continue to have this training not only now, but it'll also transition through August of 2024. And we'll be able to train up to 500 educators with this award. I really trust in UF Lassiter Center. They continue to be put in a lot of research initiatives to this process, and they are sound to be able to address literacy, and we look forward to this partnership.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second to approve item C102. I have a motion by Member Hahn. I have a second by Member Gray. Member Vaughn and Member Gray pulled this item. Does anyone want to? Okay, should we get either one of you? Want to get on the speaker list? Member Vaughn, we'll start with you.
Thank you. Yes. Well, first of all, thank you, Ms. Bergman, wherever you are, for the very thorough and robust conversation around this agenda item. I am glad to see, as well as I know my fellow board members who are really interested in early childhood education, as well as our reading crisis, which we've talked about, and we all know how important it is to connect phonics at the early education level. You know that while I'm very supportive of this plan, and I thank you for putting me to Facebook groups where I could learn more about it, that I would like to see, some more innovative ways about teaching phonics. Again, I've talked about the Montessori method and making sure that we take that extra level of processing and letter identification from letter sounds. So I'd love to see some more with that as well. And then honestly, I wanted to use this as an opportunity to just get on the radar for my fellow board members that one of the things that I think will be really important moving forward in our literacy rate is having a unified test for dyslexia. I've talked to other large districts that are really revolutionizing the way that their reading levels are identified, and what they do is they mandatory test every single student, unless there's a parental opt-out, they screen them for dyslexia, and that that catches so many early disabilities instead of leaving kids floundering in classrooms waiting to be identified, and gets them the supports that they need immediately. So I've talked to Superintendent Davis about that. I know he's evaluating the cost, but I wanted to use this as an opportunity to kind of get that on the radar for my fellow board members who are very interested in making sure that we're supporting and identifying our students when it comes to reading readiness, especially as early emerging readers, to be able to identify, even if in preschool, if there are any learning disabilities through that universal screener that other districts have used, mandatory for every student, I think is very important. So thank you again for your feedback. Thank you for listening to my feedback and my concerns, and for my board members to give me the opportunity to discuss this.
Thank you. Member Gray, I know you pulled this item, and then I'll go to the rest of the speakers.
I want to thank Member Vaughn for pulling. This is a very important item. Thank you, Ms. You're named after a famous person, Tracy Bergman. I know it's another name, but
It's famous.
Anyway, you're becoming more famous. But the critical situation is reading. We are in crisis. I mean, 51% of our students are below reading level. 51%, not just in Hillsborough, but other districts. And I would call this a time for action. Your time for action is giving us instruction for many, many teachers to do the science of reading, and to more or less stage it as a brain effort. In other words, having more of a comprehensive approach versus just the SIPS, the phonics program. I also want to remind the board that not only are we, third grade right now, 51% below, but our learning rate from 4th to 8th grade, this is according to the nation's report card and the national assessment for the states, Florida is one step above Alabama. We are the lowest learning rate statistic. For example, 4th through 8th, we're 22%. We lose a lot of learning from the 4th grade to the 8th grade, where versus, say, New Hampshire is 92%. And Superintendent Davis, I gave you those statistics 2 weeks ago. This is worrisome because if you put the 2 and 2 together, the reading rate ability is very low, and then you go into the learning gains are very low. We are looking, and I know it's because COVID, and I know the hybrid the next year. There are very good reasons for this loss, but that's why we are calling it a crisis, because that is what it is. And if we don't get them reading ready by 3rd grade, the chances of them dropping out are astronomical. And that is not good for our society, and on we can go. But I think, Tracy, you do owe, Ms. Bergman, you do owe us an explanation, because I'm not prepared, of what kind of instruction this is when we say it's for the brain. Can you just share your wisdom on this, or your explanation?
Yes, I probably don't need that, but when you think about the science of reading, really just in the short version is that it takes a look at how the brain actually takes the print concepts that are on the page, takes what it knows about the sounds that letters make and the phonemic awareness piece, takes what we know about language in general, oral language, syntax, etc., as well as the content of the text, and has to put it all together to be like, ooh, I know what sound that is. When I put that sound together, I know what word that is. And when I read all of these words in this sentence, I know what this means, and I can make the meaning of it. A lot of times we think, oh, reading is just, ooh, I know it, I sound it out, I look at the pictures, and there it is. But really and truly, it's a more complex process than that. And it involves a lot of different pieces. And so when you take a look at this professional development, and the model that it's designed after is really to take that structured literacy approach, to take all of those components and really show how they work together and how we need to include all of them in terms of that small group instruction. So it's taking how the brain accesses text, how the brain makes sense of it, and puts it forth into a way that we can show kids so it's not a big secret. Because sometimes we don't tell the kids, hey, you got to crack the code to be able to do this. It's not a mystery how some kids are readers and some kids aren't. But if we don't show them, it will always remain a mystery, especially for a most struggling population.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bergman. I think my time is up, but you're doing a fantastic, comprehensive job, and starts with our teachers, teaching our teachers. So I applaud your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. I really appreciate the conversation we had. We always go down different rabbit holes when we talk about reading and early childhood, and I probably take up way too much of your time, but I always appreciate it and enjoy it. And I know the work of the Lastinger Center very well, and I'm excited we're partnering with them. I know it's going to be a high quality program for our teachers. I like the opportunity for them to not just go through the training, but then have the coaching piece, and really all the different aspects of the process, or the strategies and the content of the professional development reminds me of how we prepare teachers at USF who are going into special ed. Many of those same strategies and teaching approaches we used to prepare them to teach struggling learners and kids with dyslexia. So I'm glad that we're going to have teachers in gen ed and probably special ed participating in this, because a lot of our teachers, and whether they're going through teacher preparation, and half of our teachers are now prepared through an alternative certification path, they're not getting this. They're getting one course, and then they're being put into some of our most challenging schools where we have some of the lowest reading rates, and they really are not given the toolbox to move the needle fast enough for kids. And like Member Gray said, by the time they get to third grade, if they're not reading, they're probably dropping out. We know that from research. So I also understand that other schools may be added depending on the participation rate. I encourage you to get as many teachers to take this training as possible. I think that it'll make a huge impact in a positive way on these schools if we can get as many in there. So I appreciate you bringing this item today. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Rendon?
Yeah, thank you so much. I agree that, this is a great opportunity for our teachers. Reading is the key, right? You can do anything you want to do if you can read. So it's critically important. There's just a couple things that I have some questions on that I just want to get some clarification. Under this particular grant and working with the center, there's an app that the students and the instructors can go to afterwards. And part of that app is 1,000 books, and 300 of those books are in Spanish. Are we going to have that opportunity to make sure our parents are aware of what those books are that have access to our students?
Yes, we will be able to communicate with them. They will be able to give us the titles and what they are so we can share them with them. A lot of them are the decodable readers that they reference within their small group instruction model. That's one of the key pieces, is why I call it program agnostic, because it's truly just, here are some resources that are available. So yes, we will be able to do that so our students can access it, and of course our teachers within the classroom can have it accessible to print or to show visually.
So yeah, we just want to make sure our parents have access to that. And then also, when I was reading through all the information, what exact information are we providing to the Lastinger Center about our students? What is the information or the data about our students?
Generally speaking, it's the demo, in terms of, we have to have a data share agreement put into place before we can share anything with them, which we're working on, assuming this is approved. But from there, then usually we do share the demographic data from the site, especially because a lot of them are some of our transformation schools. We do share usually their pre-post data. So this is where we started in terms of their STAR assessments, or FAST if they were third grade in terms of that. So it's not the high level data that we need to do the analysis, but we do need to have that pre-post assessment so that we can do the evaluation and see was there an effect. The other side of that is because it's professional development. It's also, some of it is the teacher side of it as well. What's my comfort level? What's not my comfort level? How did I grow throughout this process? How did the coaching help? How did different elements help? And so it's in terms of supporting my instructional practice with the students. So it's kind of twofold with that.
So with that being said, no personal data of the students or teachers are being shared.
No, because the purpose of it really and truly is to grow teacher practice.
Okay.
And the outcome, of course, if you grow teacher practice, is to improve student outcomes, but it's through the teacher practice. So no.
Great. And then my last question is, so this grant has not already started.
No.
Because it looks like the date on here that it would have been.
Correct. So the date of the grant, we actually wrote the grant. We got wind that it came down from the state on like a Thursday, and the grant was due on Tuesday over the summer in July, just after 4th of July. By the time the state approved the grant, and then you get the scope of work and you get all the paperwork and get the agenda item, the long story short, the grant has not begun yet. It will not begin until the contract is signed. It cannot begin because it's tied to the professional development. Yep.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Washington?
Thank you. Tracy, I'm going to be real brief, and I thank you for explaining it because you did a very good job explaining the percentages and so forth for the reading program. And VPK 3 is very important for reading. The one thing that I realized, and I used to tell them all the time when I taught driver's ed, if you can't read, you can't drive because you don't know where you're going. So reading, I had to bring a little humor in this, people. But it's important, and I thank you because it's going to be a great program, and we're looking forward to it, okay?
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Gray?
Yeah, and I just wanted to say real quick, when we talk about regression, in terms of reading and in mathematical numeracy progress, literacy progress, when there's regression, this same national report says the main problem that Florida has, or the systematic testing, is one of the basic reasons. There's too many tests. We're teaching kids to test, but we're not teaching them the broad spectrum of word associations and all of those nuances that you so professionally mentioned. And that should not go, that should be in our minds too. The test, teaching for the test. When I was a elementary team leader, how to pass the FCAT test I had to give it to every one of my teachers. This is one of the reasons we're seeing a lot of the deficits. So that's what I wanted. I just wanted to finish, and it was Ingrid Bergman is the famous one. So I was getting there, I just couldn't remember. Thanks.
There you go. Thank you. Board members, please vote when your lights appear. Okay. And it passes unanimously with Member Vaughn not on the dais. Moving on to the next, which is 502, First Amendment to Agreement among the School Board of Hillsborough County and Junior Achievement of Tampa Bay Incorporated and 3DE Florida LLC. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. As you know, we continue to have a really good relationship with Junior Achievement and 3DE. We brought to the board on August 30th, 2022 to be able to expand this initiative. We've had Hillsborough High School and Chamberlain that we launched in the 2019-2020 school year. And then this year bringing back to the board in August of 30th to be able to expand to 2 additional schools. Those schools were Blake and at the same token Plant City High School. However, after having conversation with school-based leadership in Plant City High School, having conversation with the Junior Achievement, we thought it was best to be able to bring back to the board to be able to make an adjustment. We engaged Jefferson Senior High School and through that adjustment. Junior Achievement is on board with that process. Plant City also identifies because they have so many new teachers, so many initiatives in the school, they think it's best for us to be able to transition to another school. And this will allow us to be able to have greater partnerships with individuals who can help with the funding model, but also leadership model and business community model as well. Jefferson has a greater proximity to Blake and Hillsborough County, Hillsborough High School as well, and Chamberlain, to be able to create that true PLC. So bringing to the board, being able to make an adjustment from Plant City High School to Jefferson High School, and all the administrators have been engaged in this process.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second to approve item C502. I have a motion by Member Gray, and I have a second by Member Washington. Member Gray, any discussion? Member Gray, you pulled this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I want to just say to everybody, Superintendent Davis was given the Junior Achievement Achievement National Bronze Leadership Award, and we just want to congratulate you for receiving that, Superintendent Davis. Very, very well done. Also, I think that a feather in the cap, every board member is very now familiar with 3DE from all the voices I heard. We love it. It's higher level thinking. It is engaging business partners, gives our children future aspirations. All the affective and effective domains are check. So I approve this. It's on the consent? Okay, I approve this even though it's on the consent. So thank you for bringing this forward. Congratulations.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Hahn?
This is on the discussion, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm a big fan of the 3DE programs, and I'm so thankful that we have the ones that we do have in our district. I hope that we continue to expand this model. It not only provides an equitable access to high quality education, but it also, it meets the demands of that global economy, of a future economy. And I think that's so important, and just the relationship with the business community and our students who are getting exposure to that, working with some of the most prominent CEOs in our community. I want to read one thing that a student said. It's on the information on their website. The experiences with business professionals helped guide my decision of becoming an entrepreneur. I get to engage in real-world problem solving, which teaches me about the customer's perspective. Now I am able to confidently present ideas, communicate with teachers, and problem solve with my peers. So I love when we have student testimony. It's really impactful. And so I'm excited that it's going into other schools. I'm disappointed it's not going into Plant City High School. I understand that, it's mostly in the urban core, but it would be nice to see it in one of our more rural areas. So is there a plan to bring Plant City High School back in line with 3DE, and what's the timeline on that?
Yes, ma'am, the chair. We, first and foremost, I agree we want to expand, and we're trying to expand as often as we can, and it just also goes with being able to raise money in that particular community. Through having conversation with the principal and junior chief, they thought there were some barriers to be able to raise funding and having support because she had so many new initiatives going on in her school. But openly, we told her moving forward, we'd like to be able to have this in a future ask to be able to bring back, and they're agreeable to that. So I say within the next, as we start to expand within the next 2 years, Plant City High School will be on the board to be able to bring back.
Well, I hope so, and anything that we can do to champion that effort, certainly would be happy to help in that to make sure that they do get a program out there in Plant City. Like I said, it's a unique community compared to some of the other areas that it's currently in. So I think it would be a nice addition to the, to that programming. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. And thank you for I echo Dr. Hahn's sentiments that I was disappointed it wasn't going into Plant. But I appreciate that we made sure that the admin, it was something that they wanted to support and that they could give us feedback about whether it was good for their school at this point. I think that's important, making sure that the programs we put in, the admins have the ability to support that or not. I echo the sentiments. Like, I love watching the culminating projects of this and watching how excited and collaborative all of the participants are, and how it really does change the way that they look at a lot of things to be problem-based solving and collaborative, and even just putting together PowerPoints and marketing themselves, like to see their growth in a small amount of time just from working on these projects and engaging with the companies and getting real feedback from the companies and questions has been great. I have the only concerns I've heard from the students themselves is they would like a little more autonomy in choosing that elective and getting into it by choice. So I don't know if there's a way we can kind of look at that process and making sure we're putting the right students in the program, because that's the only concern I've had. Although I think that the students who maybe not choice into it do get benefit from it, but just making sure that we're connecting the right students to that elective is something I'd like to be intentional about. But I love this program. I'm so excited to see it expanded, and I'm really happy, and hopefully at one point we'll be able to go back to Plant and it'll be a better fit. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. And Superintendent Davis, I want to say I thank you for really engaging with the leadership at each school and seeing if it's the right fit. I think sometimes we decide that something might be great for a school, but day to day, that principal is really making that decision. And I'm just so glad to see that Jefferson, it has been really kind of heartbreaking for me to hear so much negativity around such a wonderful school like Jefferson High School. I often think, what do you think the students feel when we're talking about, I don't want to go to Jefferson? How do you think the principal feels? How do you think the teachers feel? The bus drivers, everybody who's associated with Jefferson High School. That is a school that lies in District 1. It's a wonderful school. I see great things there. We see a lot of wonderful programs there. And I'm glad to see that you're putting the 3DE program there. The ROTC program is top there. They have so many different programs. The culinary, there's just so many wonderful programs at Jefferson High School. And I think we just need to continue bringing programs there and just bringing knowledge to our community that there are so many great schools in our district. Somebody said the other day, I was at the children's parade and I saw all these high rises being built in South Tampa. And someone said, those high rises going up, those aren't old people living there. Those are young families that are going to go to Plant High School. So I just worry about the sustainability when you see the growth in those areas and you're seeing, 40, 50, high rises going up in the area. And I just worry about the sustainability and looking at the growth in that area and how do we make sure that we're continuing to meet the needs. But I'm glad to see that we're bringing this 3DE to Jefferson High School. Thank you. Member Perez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, my concern is also that, Plant City is kind of out there and the rest of the district is, moving forward with junior achievement. It's been in our district, here in Hillsborough County for over 30 years, really supporting our students and the relationship that it's built with this district. It's a solid relationship with over 7,000 businesses. The parents, even the retirees and college students that surround our students and uplift them. The focus is to help them understand that they can in a real world. This program, it empowers our next generation. And when I go to, this junior achievement, it's just to see the children, our students, get that real world knowledge and they're motivated also towards building their own future and career. So, for me, I hope that we work towards getting at least, coming up into Plant City and including them into what we're doing here in its entirety here in Hillsborough County, not leaving them out.
Thank you, Member Perez. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 601, budget amendments for the period ending in November 30th and December 31st, 2022. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to transition to our CFO, Mrs. Johnson.
Well, there will be no, good evening, board members and chair and superintendent. There will be no presentation of the budget tonight, but we are entertain any questions if you have.
Any questions? I need a motion and a second to approve item C601. I have a motion by Member Hahn. I have a second by Member Perez. Any discussion? Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 602, the annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ending in June 30th, 2022. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
Good evening again. We have a brief presentation from our auditing firm, our new auditing firm, MLS. Jeff will be presenting our annual comprehensive financial report.
Good evening. I don't see the presentation.
Yeah.
But I'll just go on.
Yeah, right. There we go.
Okay. First of all, I just want to thank the board for allowing us to serve you as your external auditors. We work for you. We realize that, so I just want to take time to thank you for selecting us. And with that, I'll get right into it. Our first report is our internal audit report on the financial statements. Ultimately, are your financial statements materially correct? We had an unmodified opinion. I know that doesn't sound exciting, but that is the highest level of insurance we can give. That is the best opinion you can get. So districts should be proud of that. So I just want to highlight that. Our next report is our report on internal control over financial reporting and compliance. We did have one finding as it relates to an interpretation of a GASB standard in the prior year. However, it was just a financial reporting issue. Nothing was recorded wrong. It was just recorded in different places. So that was fully resolved and corrected in fiscal year 22 in their ACFR, and we really don't anticipate that having that issue going forward. Next is our report on each major federal program. Obviously, you're subject to single audit every year. We tested 7 federal programs, so a significant dollar amount. Not only do we test for compliance with the grant agreement, but also that there are internal controls related to compliance, and I'm happy to report that there was no findings or issues noting in that report. Next is our Auditor General required management letter. Within that letter, we required to comment on financial condition, compliance with fiscal transparency, and also emergency financial condition. No issues noted there. Also, it has a spot for recommendations. We did have one recommendation for improvement as it relates to accruals at year end for capital projects, but that's really just a recommendation. Then lastly is our independent accountants report. This is a report required by the Auditor General. Really relates just to whether the district's in compliance with Florida statutes as it relates to investments. And again, no issues noted. That was a clean report. Lastly, just real high-level financial statements. I just wanted general fund, obviously, is your main operating fund, and one key figure is your unassigned fund balance as a percentage of total revenues. The state requirement is 3.5%, and that's really your ability to fund your ongoing expenditures. It's unassigned fund balance, your free funds. I just want to highlight the increase from last year. It was 5.1% up to 6.4%. So with that, I'll take any questions. And also, I just want to thank district staff as well. It's not easy transition to new auditors, but it was a very smooth transition, and we look forward to a very long relationship.
Thank you very much. Superintendent Davis?
Yes, ma'am, the chair. We want to thank you. One thing our team said is one of the most thorough audits that we've had to date, and with very clean feedback and very, with a great vision to be able to help us continue to improve our practice. So we appreciate you taking on this task, and thank you to our staff for continuing to have an outstanding audit, the highest you can obtain. We appreciate it, and we appreciate your feedback for us to get better.
Thank you very much. I need a motion and a second to approve item C602. I have a motion by Member Gray. I have a second by Member Washington. Any discussion? Any discussion? Member Gray?
Thank you. I want to thank you for your presentation. My question and my remark is not for you, but while you're right there, we have a very favorable fund balance, but this is our time, if I'm not mistaken, January, where we get all our property taxes, so it always makes us look very, very wealthy and healthy. Your remark on that in terms of the statistics you showed?
Well, yes, this fund balance, it's as of the 6/30/2022. You can certainly compare yourself to other districts. We could provide that comparison, but the state requirement is 3.5%, which you are meeting. But that's, but I can certainly provide a comparison if you'd like.
No. It's very good news. Yep. I don't want to break that cycle. Also, we are reminded, I don't know where Ms. Johnson is, but so we are reminded, too, that the Council of Great City Schools, and Superintendent Davis, you know this, and the CAFR report, and this report together, MSL, we have had, and correct me if I'm wrong, above average auditing reports. Is that correct? Okay.
That is correct.
So the vocabulary that we're using for this one, highest level, you're saying it's the highest level assurance. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's a new descriptor for me, but it means what?
Well, I mean, it's a modified opinion. That means it's a clean opinion. That these financial statements are materially correct.
Okay. All right. Enough.
Clean opinion, really. This is the kind of language we use.
Okay, it's good news. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Vaughn?
I'll be brief. I just want to say thank you for the report. It's always good because we have a lot of questions regarding our budget from the community. So I think it's important to make sure that we have an auditor that's providing clarity. And also just to the budget team, I ask a lot of questions, and you always give me good information. I had a lot of questions about your finding, but I was glad to hear that it didn't have any effect on our rating and the overall assessment of everything. And I got a lot of clarity on that. So you guys always send me the information I want and spend as much time as I need understanding this, and I really appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 701, approve the invitation to bid 22250 DST-CH bus and vehicle glass, furnish, install, and repairs. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is, through the chair, this is about us being able to address any vehicle glass, furnitures, installs, repairs within our school district. We have over 1,000 yellow fleet buses that are on the road, and at the same token, we have over 500 white fleets that we have to be able to address. This is all to be able, we have to use general fund to be able to move this expenditure. This is for $110,000. And you will see an increase, and once again, for the next couple items, you'll see an increase. It's all related to the increase of labor, the increase of supplies, and also fuel costs as well that are also inclusive in this process. So this is to make certain that we have, all of our vehicles have a safe driving equipment to be able to be on the road and be able to serve our children in our schools.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second to approve item C, 701. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Gray. Member Rendon, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
I pulled this and a couple other items. I mean, at the end of the day, it's been heart-wrenching this last couple weeks when it comes to our teachers. Our teachers are homeless. Our teachers are not able to make their bills, and the one place we can pay for teachers is out of our general revenue funds. And so I purposely am going to pull every single line item and agenda item that's going to address our general revenue funds, and I'm going to ask that we make sure we pull every single dollar from every other location before we take any money from our teacher salaries. I know buses are important. I know tires are important and glass is important, and I'm not discounting that those things are not important. But I have to say, those don't matter if we don't have teachers to teach our kids. And so at the end of the day, you go back and look, because we've got to make sure that we either settle our teacher contracts, because we don't know how much money we have to pay for those glass. And so that's why I pulled it.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. I appreciate that. I've done something similar to analyze every penny that we're spending in the general fund. I would say that since we're, kind of having this conversation, this is a great opportunity, because I know that you're very engaged legislatively, to talk not necessarily about more funding from the state legislation, but a little more flexibility in it, because I know that we've asked collectively as a board if we could even put the salaries from our capital outlay budget under the capital outlay, under the salaries of the employees that work under the capital outlay budget. It would free up a lot of spending. So while we're having this conversation of the importance of making sure we're scrutinizing every penny that comes in our general fund, I also think that making sure the legislators understand that just more flexibility in that fund and in our categoricals in general would allow us to reprioritize money as well. So thank you for your dedication to that and for making sure that we're using every penny for our staff. But I think it was a good opportunity to talk about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. And I also cannot agree more. It doesn't matter, where we are if we don't have the right teachers, paying the right bus drivers. As a matter of fact, just last night, I was at the hospital. I met a nurse who said she had just left the district a month ago because she was making double at the hospital now. So she was a school nurse but left. So, I mean, it is impacting everyone. But at the end of the day, you know, I have to support something that is going to be about the safety of students and bus driving. If there's an accident or if there's a crack or something like that, you know, as much as we have to do that, our district still has to move forward, and we have to look at the safety of our students on those buses, into those vehicles. So obviously, I'm going to have to support something that really is centered around the safety of our students. So thank you. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes 5-2 with Member Perez and Member Rendon voting no. Okay, 702, which is approve the invitation to bid 22264 DST-CH paint and body collision repair. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. This is once again to be able to address our fleet that we have to be able to serve our schools and our students for any body and paint repairs that need to take place within our fleet. So once again, this will be a general fund expenditure, and I want the board to have trust that we've already looked at every one of our financial models for the last couple of years to be able to be fiscal responsible and leverage federal dollars, grant dollars, and those types of things to bring to the forefront. Also agree that there definitely needs to be a point where we continue to advocate for additional funding for basic student allocation to properly incentivize all of our employees as well. This is a $263,000 expenditure, and you will see once again the increase is due to the labor and the costs of the parts as well.
I need a motion, a second, to approve item C 702. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Rendon. Member Rendon, you pulled this item?
Yeah, and unfortunately, I'm going to pull a couple more for the same exact reason. At the end of the day, it's our teachers. And this is a lot of money that we put on the table before we even know what our budget really is. It's not a matter whether it's the safety or anything else. We don't know how much money we have until teacher contracts are settled. So I'm going to continue to pull any general revenue items until teacher contracts are sold.
Yes. Just for clarification, we always have, at least the last year, we always pull all general fund items, right? So.
You called it, I pulled it, and I'm just explaining.
Yeah. I just was, no, Member Vaughn was saying that. I was just clarifying that has been a practice for a while. So I will say, yeah, you're fine. I just wanted to clarify that has been a practice for a while. It's not something new. Superintendent Davis?
Yes, ma'am. We will continue to do that. I know we've done it for over a year, and we think it's the right thing to do for transparency.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yes, okay. Member Perez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So earlier today, in the comments, there was conversation about the electric buses. So can we have a discussion about that?
Yes, ma'am. I can if you want me to do it at this forum right now, or you want me to wait till later. I can do it.
The electric buses. Since we're talking about buses.
I was going to say, I think that we have a workshop about transportation, and you can talk about that now. Maybe we can add that as well.
Madam Chair and board members, I think we need to stay on this agenda item.
Yes.
Good discussion, Member Perez,
Yes.
but it probably needs to be at a future meeting.
No, I know that, but because we're spending a lot of money, and I know that if somebody just really quick could clarify, we've put in for funding for those, right?
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair, we have put in for awards that we have not received. If you look at the state of Florida, only 4 counties have been awarded electric buses. That is Dixie, Lafayette, Sumter, and Taylor. And, of those, there's probably less than 40 within those communities. If you look at comparison to where we are with other surrounding states, Georgia has 149 buses, Alabama, Louisiana has 111. So we're trying to go after it. We just need greater expansion. We have applied for additional grants, and more are supposed to be coming out in March, and we'll continue to make that a forefront. And we'll say that, and while we're on this topic, is that while we get grants to be able to use in those expenditures for the buses, we have to be able to purchase the infrastructure, and that is very expensive. But we're looking to partner with HART, because HART may be moving toward that initiative to be able to move from diesel and propane propane buses, and for them to have electric hubs. And if they do that, we'll be able to transition and hopefully create that partnership to be able to put electric buses as we get awarded in the future in their particular space as well.
So what would happen if we transition? What would happen with this funding? I mean, with this money?
With general fund money, we can do.
No, with the money that we put into this bus, into the buses here.
Well, openly, we have over 1,000 buses, so we still, being able to purchase electric buses are really expensive. So we're going to have plenty of buses that we'll have to be able to address for repairs or tires or for windshields. So related to that, we will have to take it piece by piece and parcel by parcel related to be able to expand that initiative for electric.
Perfect. That was my question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Perez. And just in all fairness, we just, we don't want to drop something on you when you're not prepared, when you don't know we're going to talk about electric buses. So just in fairness, I know that we have a workshop coming up with transportation, and it sounds like that's something
that was my question for, with the impact of the financial impact to this district. Okay.
Thank you, Member Perez. I was just following the lead with Mr. Porter. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. Thank you, Member Perez, because I have similar questions. We had so many speakers tonight speaking about electric buses, and I actually asked Superintendent Davis to address that in some of his comments. I requested the transportation workshop. We have a lot of meaty things to cover in that, and a lot of reports coming about school safety and walkability. I'm not sure. Hopefully, if we extend the workshop time, we might have room to cover it. I don't want to take away from some of the things that I have, but I do want to have a discussion about electric buses at some point. So if we could create, whether it's a workshop or some space in our agenda to talk about that, I feel like there's misinformation coming from the community about whether we've applied for things and whether that's put on our priority. And so I agree, and I thank Member Perez. And if we need to move it somewhere where we have, the opportunity for you to get that information, I think it is a priority from your board members to get an update on that.
And through the chair, we can weave that into our presentation. Mr. Farkas.
And real quick, it's also good timing. The Renew America grant is actually one that we put in for. Hillary Paul and the grants department has run that. And I just want to mention the other partners that are part of it, because infrastructure is a big part of that. The Sheriff's Department, the University of Florida, TPO, Tampa Electric, and also our Generate and McKinstry partners are part of it as well with HART. So we're going to have a lot of community partners if we're going to make this work right. But that is something that huge grant is one that we're putting in for right now. In fact, it was just finalized in the last 48 hours.
Okay, thank you. And then we'll look at the workshop and maybe even adding an additional, maybe even if we need to, providing another additional workshop, if you can submit that. And that way, if we don't have time during the transportation, we'll make sure we have time and create that in the schedule at the same time, because it sounds like there's a lot of interest in that. So we want to make sure that we do that. Going along with transportation, we'll just keep going. 703, approve piggyback agreement. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Okay, please vote when your lights appear. Sorry about that. And it passes 6-1 with Member Rendon voting no. Moving on to 703, approve piggyback agreement 00-22277 bus fleet tire new purchases. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We currently have a piggyback with Orange County to be able to piggyback on their tire prices. However, we have seen that they have increased recently in their prices, so we did go out and try to find another agency to be able to identify that have lower prices. We've been able to, through this articulation agreement and piggyback, to partner with the Florida Sheriff's Association. And with this, they have better prices, and at the same token, they are a authorized dealer of Bridgestone America's Tire Corporation and operations, which we continue to make certain that we are connected with to put their best tires on the road for our students. So bringing to the board with this, we'll see that this is a $250,000 of general fund, and there is an increase because once again we've seen the inflation with materials that we have to be able to leverage and use as we continue to transport between 85 and 90,000 students every day.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second to approve item C703. I have a motion by Member Hahn. I have a second by Member Rendon. Member Rendon, you pulled this item, and anybody else who'd like to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand from this contract that it's not to begin till April 1st. And so as we are in the middle of negotiations and handling teacher contracts, I would recommend we put this off until next month. I think it's fair. It is one opportunity. I am not discounting the fact that tires are important to transport our students. But again, until we know how much money we have, we don't know what we can spend. And so I think we need to make sure that our teachers understand no matter what they come into value. And so I don't believe there's a reason we have to have this done in January. I think we could postpone it for a month and be able to do it. Is there any reason we couldn't?
Member Run, you have to make, you want to make a motion, right?
Well, I need to know. I need to know if it's going to have an impact.
Oh, okay, that's the question. Okay.
Through the chair, we always go ahead and forecast and budget a year in advance to be able to make sure these line items are within our budget. So we do know how much money we have. We do know what's categorical, be able to input. The one thing we can't forecast, though, is the consumer price index, which continues to increase. So we may see this $30,000, $40,000 increase. That may have to be something that we carve out of other parts of our budget. I'd have to ask Mr. Farkas related to where we are related to tires. I know that we have so many buses on the road every single day, and that with the latest inventory being able to have the supply chain has been difficult to obtain. Is there any cause related to not being able to implement this and approve this for this evening?
I've got to find out and give you an honest answer. I don't want to give you a quick answer. I want to make sure that I can give you an honest one, because I don't know that if ours ends before that or if it just begins April 1st.
All right, I mean that's key, whether or not the articulation agreement that we have with the Orange County piggyback will end in sunset. So can I ask, and I asked Mr. Porter through the chair, can we come back to this item later and let Mr. Farkas make a...
Yes, if the board's okay with that before the end of the meeting. Do you think you could have an answer before the end of the meeting? Okay, so if you could just move on to the next item. Madam.
Okay, we'll move on. We'll hold on to this, and then we can get that question answered, and then need be make a motion. Okay, we'll go on to 7:10. Approve the lease renewal with Mission Hill Church for classroom space for adult education, career recruitment instruction, and basic English career program for 2023 calendar year. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is a funding source through workforce development and adult education funds. This is where we have money that we receive that we receive to our school district, that we have to be able to find strategic locations to be able to serve a population of increased immigrants, to be able to recruit them and really focus on basic instruction of literacy and English. So right now we continue to extend to around 250 to 275 adult students to be able to help them with ESOL, adult education, GED classrooms. And in this process, we have, for the last 9 years, we built a relationship with Mission Hill Church for classroom space and office space as well. This is inclusive of 7 classrooms. We have 2 office spaces, and at the same token, we have 1 computer lab. And if we don't accept and move forward with this money, we lose this money as a school district. And for the last 9 years, this has been very instrumental in our community.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second to approve item C 710. I have a motion by Member Vaughn. I have a second by Member Hahn. Member Vaughn and Member Rendon, you pulled this item. Who would like to go first? Member Vaughn?
Thank you. I just want to, put the same request in that I put in last year when we had this agenda item, that while I think there's value in Temple Terrace, I would love to see another expansion area in an area where we have multilingual families and populations. I know that in Temple Terrace there is a need, but in West Tampa and other areas where we have multilingual communities, I would like to also see something similar to this in those areas so they can have as much access. And I put that request in last year, and I would just like to echo it again.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Rendon?
I have a question on this one. Is there a reason we're not utilizing our schools?
I think that through this initiative that we have to be able to leverage in the community pocket, and it could be in our schools. I have to go back and speak to Mr. Parker. Said no, it cannot be in our schools.
No, so the funds can't be they can't rent out our own schools. We do use our schools for these classes, but this funding in particular has to be done out in the community and can't be part of our property.
So, but we're not paying for the teachers, right? We're just paying for the space.
That's correct.
So then if there are schools, we don't need to rent it. I mean, what am I missing?
No, Ms. Rendon, if I can respond to it.
Yeah.
We could have it in our own schools and not rent it. And the money that is set aside for this rental would just go back to the idea is that this grant is for a community resource outside of schools. So if we don't use it and we only use our own schools, then we would just not have that money and not pay that rent. If that makes sense.
It makes sense, but it doesn't. So, and I want to make sure I'm understanding this because it seems too simple to me. So we asked for a grant to use another facility to do something that we don't have to pay for and can do it in our own schools?
So it's part of a larger grant, and part of the grant is
Okay.
they feel that your better use, sometimes it's intimidating to be in school settings, to go out to the community to have it at a local church, at a local situation where they feel more comfortable in the community that has access to that. So that's why this has got to be off our site as part of the grant. But the grant is not just for this rent; it's a larger grant for the Caribe program, which is an all-encompassing program. It's not my area of expertise, but it's definitely bigger than just this part. But yes, this grant, if we don't use it and we just use our schools, this money goes away.
The entire grant, or just the cost of the leasing of the facility?
For this?
Well, yeah, because right now we're discussing, it's the leasing of the facility.
That's correct.
So we're not bringing the whole grant to us. We're only bringing the leasing of the facility.
That is correct.
So that's why I just didn't understand.
Yes, ma'am. This is
Okay.
the parcel out. And once again, if we don't use this money, they take this money away. But I'll make certain I can send the entire grant to you and the other board members so you'll be able to see it.
Well, because the program itself is wonderful. It's not that I disagree with the program. I just don't see spending money to spend money. So if it's something that we're already talking about underutilized schools, and we have an opportunity to utilize underutilized schools, I don't understand why we're not doing them. And that's why I'm saying that's not what I got. I didn't get the understanding that this was part of a bigger grant. It wasn't in here. It was only about the program itself and utilizing this particular space. So if I looked at it from that point of view, I just didn't understand why we're not using our own facilities.
And I'll be able to get the other grant to you.
Thank you, Member Rendon. And I have to concur with you because I asked the same questions as you did. If we have free facility usage and being able to expand the program because the facility usage is free, I had the same questions. And then, received the same answers that we're getting today. And it's a big, larger thing because, I'm always concerned about how we sometimes give our facilities for free sometimes, and then we're turning around and then we're going to pay for some others. So that is something. I think this program is wonderful. I'm going to support that, but I really want to look at our facilities when we're paying someone, and then when we're allowing other people to come in for free. What does that all look like? There was an agenda item that was going to be moved to next time where we're providing free facility usage year round, and then we're paying. So I just want to make sure that we are being equitable and fair all the way if this is a larger grant, but I had the same concerns as Member Rendon. Thank you. Member Hahn?
Thank you. So we can have a program like this in one of our schools, and basically for free, because this is grant money, we can duplicate that program and have two in the community. So it's as easy as that. If you want to use one of our schools to replicate this program, go ahead. But why not use the money in the grant to offer a secondary program? And I think it goes back also to what Mr. Farkas said. There are some families. First of all, it's about, it is nice to go out in the community and not always have everything in our schools. It shows that we value that community interaction. We have families that aren't comfortable coming to our schools, especially, and I'm sure, Member Perez, you're so connected with a lot of the new families coming from other countries. They don't want to go into a government building.
It's fair.
They don't trust it. They trust their church. They trust where they worship. That's where they're comfortable. So if that's where we can get people to come and serve them, then and we can do it with free, with grant money, why give it back? Why give it back to the state? Or, why not use it then to replicate the program at a church where people will be comfortable? And if you also want to do one at one of our high schools or schools, great, let's do one too. But I don't, I think that there's, this goes way beyond just, well, we could do it at a school. This is really understanding the importance of having a community footprint and pushing out into our community as much as we can than always, asking people to come to us. We're meeting them in their communities. I think that's really important and healthy, and I don't think we do it enough. But if this is grant money and we can actually show that compassion to the community, then I'm all for it. I think it's wonderful. So thank you for bringing this item.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Gray?
Yeah, there's definitely a disconnect of communication with the questions that have been going on and on. So I would suggest that clarification from Mr. Farkas. One of the things, too, that we may note is that how the grant is written. If the grant is written as in a statement or two that it is to go to a service Mission Hill Church, then that is part of the grant. It's almost like a contractual agreement. I don't disagree with adding that same model in our school, but Carib is a great program. At least since the last 7 years I've been here, we've dealt with them over and over. Temple Terrace is a community. They stick together. There's a very strong city buy-in from the mayor. And so at any rate, I'm going to respond yes. And Mr. Farkas, just for what it's worth, I don't have the grant department here, and I don't expect for you to know how the grant is written, but did it denote that this would be for this location or for this type of location?
Well, we're just the conduit for bringing this here, but I want to make sure you know career and technical education is the one that Scott Brooks is the one that kind of houses this grant under Terry. But yes, I asked that exact question, and the answer I got was yes, that these funds could only be used for a because my first response, Ms. Brendan, was good, then use that money to rent our facility so we could get that money. And I was told that was not allowed under the grant because I was thinking the same thing. We have a place to rent. It has to be a non-district property to rent, so it has to be out in the community to do that. So yes, that's part of the grant.
So that's the deal, but I still think the communication gap needs to, Superintendent Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
I think we need to make sure that it's more clear so board members are not questioning this contractual grant, because it can get complicated. This is a simple grant, but I know some of them are very much complex. Thank you, and I'll support this item.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Perez?
So there is also, if I'm not mistaken, a Caribe program out in like Hillsborough, and am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so so the families that I know attend the Caribe program, or to learn English. They talk to me about the fact that they also there get support from other families that go there. They learn their community. They get a chance to create connections and ties, and they become comfortable with their surroundings. Because from there they learn, where the supermarket is or where, other organizations. And, it's just been a very good support for the immigrant families that have come in to learn English. So that is the piece of this Caribe program. And also we do have Leto High School, provides those English studies as well for our immigrant families. Am I correct?
Through the evening, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we do have programs in our schools that support our families. So in connection with the community and our schools, we are supporting our non-English speaking families to help them learn English. And so this is an incredible, I've heard from the community, and I'm out there all the time, how amazing these, and they say it, the families will say, oh, you go to Caribe and you could learn English. They tell each other, so it's an incredible program, and thank you for bringing this, and I'm totally going to support it.
Thank you, Member Perez. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 711, approve amendment number 7 to parking lease agreement between Tampa Hillsborough Expressway Authority and the School Board of Hillsborough County for parking lots adjacent to Raymond O. Shelton School Administrative Center, ROSAC. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, Ma'am, to the Chair. This is us to bring into the board acknowledgement that we have a partnership with Hillsborough Expressway Authority to be able to rent spaces and parking lots close to for ROSAC personnel. So bring to the board the identification of this area for the arena and also from the Department of Health, which covers the necessary employees within within ROSAC. This saves us around $15,000 a year because we identified a number of spaces that we did not need moving forward. So just bring it to the board to be able to identify that expenditure, which is $55,000 out of general funds.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C711. I have a motion by Member Hahn. I have a second by Member Rendon. Member Rendon, will you pull this item?
Yeah, in the consensus as we talk about teacher contracts, and I just need clarification. Is there a reason we have to do this right now?
Yes, Ma'am, to the Chair. We have to be able to create spaces for our employees, and this is our contract term where it ends, and being able to renew it as we move forward. Mr. Farkas, anything from that? It moves from 188 spaces to 98 spaces.
Well, and let me clarify. I don't want to take away the, parking downtown is miserable. So let me clarify that. But it says on here the term expires on May 7th. So I didn't know if there was a need to do this right now.
Well, we go ahead.
Actually, the reason we're doing it now is because we're reducing the number of spaces. So if we just left it as is, then May 7th, we'd pay for those additional spaces from now until May 7th. We're taking them off the books now, and then you'll see the lower number on May 7th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gray?
I do believe that I'm going to mimic what Member Vaughn's going to say, but it does seem to me, Mr. Farkas, unless I'm not reading correctly, that we're actually having a savings of $14,000. Is that correct, give or take?
Yes, ma'am.
So what we're really dealing with, and I apologize, Member Vaughn, I know you wanted to say the same thing, but we both looked at the same data at the same time. So there is a savings, which is a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray and Vaughn. No, I'm just kidding. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Approved 901, approved the memorandum of agreement with Children's Board of Hillsborough County for the Pathways Hope program. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, Ma'am, to the board. This is a MOA, memorandum of agreement with the Hillsborough County Pathways for Hope program. This is the Children's Board continuing to be able to be an outstanding partner. They've identified funding to be able to address 10 schools in our school district to address the homelessness needs within our community. They've identified the geographical locations they would like to serve to be able to provide a family resource specialist at each one of these schools, and at the same token, one bilingual staff member. And this is all to be able to provide wraparound services to make certain we move and create citizens that are economically self-sufficient, and being able to make certain they connect with resources through social workers, through our school counselors and our administrators, to be able to work collectively to be able to move forward. So this is at no cost to the school district. This is their willingness to be able to go after and address the growing needs of our community as they continue to see the inflation that we serve.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C901. I have a motion by Member Gray. I have a second by Member Vaughn. Member Gray, you pulled this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We already discussed it. It was discussed this item because, again, it's for the homeless, and it's at 10 schools. It's a great win-win situation, and we're appreciative to the Children's Board once again. Much needed. And thank you, Kelly Paris, wherever you are. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Please vote when your lights appear. I'm sorry. Member Rendon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to piggyback on Member Gray's sentiments. We as a board, I can speak on behalf of myself, but as a district, having our community partners be such a partner in this is so vitally important. We're here to educate our children. And so that's where our primary focus is. That's where our expertise is. So when it comes into our community partners and being able to bring their expertise to the table, I think is commendable. And so I want to personally thank the Children's Board and their efforts and their continued partnership with the district. This is what makes us do better, is having these community partners and allowing us to provide the education we need to provide to students.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes 6-1 with Member Rendon voting no. Okay, we can go back and we can correct it. Did you? Yes. Yes. Okay, let's vote again. Okay, please vote when your lights appear. Member Gray, you want to go back so you can vote? Member Washington. And it passes unanimously. Before we get to the last item, Mr. Farkas, can we go back now to 703? Do you have the answer, or do we want to?
I do. I talked to both transportation and procurement to make sure we have the right answer. So actually, the April 1st date is a 22 date, and that's when the Sheriff's Department started their agreement. So it actually starts April. It starts as soon as we agree to it. It's open. Our contract for tires has expired, and procurement and transportation have actually been looking for a cheaper price because with increased their prices so much, we thought it was a little much, which is why we found the Sheriff's Department item. There's a flexibility of up to $50,000 spend without that contract, and we will exceed that if we go past the next 2 to 3 weeks, depending on how many flat tires we have in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Obviously, we're predicting that part, but the idea is that we will exceed that $50,000 threshold, and it's active immediately to do that. That makes sense.
So just clarification, you're saying,
vote on it, yes.
okay, that
Sorry.
Okay, that's all.
Facts except the main point. Sorry about that.
That's the main part. Okay, thank you so much. I think there was more discussion. Did we need some discussion? I didn't know if you wanted to make a motion. We're back to 703. There's a motion on the floor.
Motion by Member Hahn, seconded by Member Rendon.
No.
There was no motion on the floor.
Correct. You seconded the motion.
I didn't. I thought. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, Member Hahn made the motion and Member Rendon seconded it, correct? That's what the minutes reflect, or the. No, okay, so there was some discussion about whether Member Rendon wanted to make a motion to continue it. She asked that we get some more information before she did that. The main motion to approve item 703 was made by Member Hahn, seconded by Member Rendon.
Yes. And Member Rendon, you didn't want to make another motion, correct or not?
If you want to make a motion to continue. Voting on the main motion, there was no
Yes,
motion.
There was no motion to continue it. So
Correct.
we're voting on this motion, 703. There was no motion to continue. So we're voting on this as is. Is there any discussion before we move on to the vote? Okay, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Okay, thank you very much.
Beekman, if you're watching, thank you.
I mean, it's still really early to get in like this.
He
right?
gets up at like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
Beekman.
I mean, at 2 o'clock, right? But okay.
And by the way, just for the record, electric buses will also need windows and collision.
Oh, he's got jokes. He's got jokes.
It's not that late for a joke like that. No, I'm just kidding.
It's too soon.
Okay, 1102, piggyback 22305, PGBLG, Hazel Health. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is an opportunity to continue to expand our initiatives for mental and physical health within our school district. One of the biggest things that ESSER was designed for is to address mental health, but at the same token be able to address academic achievement as well during a very trying time. So with this, bring in an opportunity to be able to identify that we would leverage all opportunities to all of our secondary students to provide them additional mental health services that are in school and potentially at home, and at the same token being able to provide physical health as well. This is this will be a part where we provide greater access to our students, not only access but care. Access is one thing that we know that our students may have opportunity, but being able to provide immediate care within our school district, I think is significant for us to be able to address and triage our students who may need us the most. We know that one of the questions was related to permission. This would be an opt-in process for permissions from our parents, and at the same token, not only will we have permissions for those who receive it originally it was set up for a one-time permission, be able to participate in Hazel. what we've done is being able to circle back to be able to not only identify the clearance and get permission from our parents at the one time, but every time that a student schedules a mental health needs or services, that a push is sent to that parent as well, so that parent gets a notification that a student is going to receive mental health services. And then at the same token, we are asking for the physical help side, even though a parent approves the opt-in process for physical health, is for our staff to be able to have that same contact with that parent prior to that individual being able to transition in. For us, this is a piggyback off of Orange County. This is a service that costs us $10 per student for both services, and really allows us to be able to continue to provide continued services for our children. One of the biggest things that we see for physical health as well, in particular maybe mental health, there's a great time gap for being able to serve students, and you could wait as much as 2 or 3 months to be able to be seen at a doctor's office. So being able to have and partner with Hazel that would bring this telehealth into our schools, we will provide the space, they will provide the equipment and the clinicians, and we'll get a chance to see those individuals within a 2-week span being able to actively engage our constituents as that transpire. With us, we have our team members tonight with Dr. Russ. We also have Holly Sayas and also Dr. Hickman to be able to provide any additional insights related to this initiative.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C1102. I have a motion by Member Gray. I have a second by Member Washington, Member Vaughn, Member Rendon, and I pulled this item. We'll start with Member Rendon.
Okay. So, I had quite a bit of discussion with the Hazel team during this, and I appreciate the fact that you've gone backwards in doing more research on parent consent, but it bothers me that I had to ask. It bothers me that we're going to partner with an organization that was going to allow and does allow in other counties where they are going to be treating children without parents' knowledge. And I know that the initial part of the program is that you give the parents the information, they sign up for the program, they then give so many units, say 6 visits, whatever it is, and at any point in time that child can engage in those units at their choice. But I, as a parent, would not know that that is occurring. I don't know what the engagement of the visit is. I don't know if there's a child that, if my child is, now let me make it very clear, I am very concerned about our children's mental health. And I'm very concerned of what happens to our children throughout the days. But I also am concerned that as a parent, if my child is in a mental health crisis, that I would not be made aware of that. And in this particular program, it was made very clear that I didn't need to be made aware of what the discussion was with that professional in that telehealth visit. And so that bothers me. And so has that changed?
Go ahead, Don. Hit about Russ.
So, thank you, Board Member Rendon. But the reality is that they aren't doing anything differently than any other provider offices. So you, as a parent, at the time, you at that time can consent to have your child meet with that provider with or without you. So that process was already embedded in their program.
Correct. That's what my point is. It's embedded in their program that they can do it without me.
But you as the parent have to consent to that. You have to have a written consent for that.
That's not what you told me initially. You said, when I was reviewing the documents, that it was the consent to engage in the program, and then they consented to the sessions. It did not give, if my child at Tuesday at 10 o'clock wanted to use one of their sessions on a telehealth, they could go into a room at school and get it, and I would not be privy to what happened in that visit.
Go ahead, Doc. Go ahead, Dr. Hickman.
Board Member Rennie, you were correct. When we were speaking about this process a month or so ago, I may have misspoken. What I did convey to you was that you did have to give initial consent. And then when I went to talk back to Hazel, because you were concerned that your child could go for subsequent visits without the parent knowing. So really, I think what Dr. Russ was just sharing, just like right now, when you give initial consent for your child to get served, treated with a doctor now, Your child can go to a visit without you, but with your consent. So we require consent for you to give your initial and for all of the other visits. But you can say, I do not need to attend. Antoine can be treated on whatever date, whatever time. So the students will not be able to be treated without parental consent for the initial visit and all of the subsequent visits.
And then am I correct with our ESSER dollars that this program that we would put in place would end in December of 2024, correct?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am. And through the chair, this is to that point. You know, as we continue to build our capacity, continue to look at leveraging federal dollars, we could openly, if we see that this is having a major impact on our community and our students, we could look at how, you know, with Title IV dollars, which we get to be able to serve children. The same token, we continue to get escalated movement with our mental health allocations every year into the state of Florida since Parkland, and that also can be another gatekeeper to be able to leverage these funds to be able to serve children. But you got to understand that ESSER's whole entire point was to serve children during that window, and that we knew that through every school district throughout this nation that these services would go away. But while we're in that traumatic experience, whether it be from a mental health side or academic side, but these what these dollars are designed to do. Would we love to be able to duplicate this after 24 and we transition after ESSER? We hope to be able to put systems in place to be able to help children have greater confidence, better efficacy as they transition in and outside of our classrooms. And if we can leverage other, and we do see, if we do see that this has a major impact on our children, that we can go back to our budgets, which we look at continuously, selectively abandon an initiative that may not be effective or efficient, to be able to plug this in, to be able to have it be consistent practice within our school district, or determine whether or not we have enough clinicians throughout this community that we could particularly hire some of those individuals to transition to expand this initiative within our school district and doing it ourselves.
So one additional question is, because I keep going back and I hear you guys say, okay, so now a parent can say that, but when I would take my 15-year-old to an appointment, I don't get to leave. I can't just call the thing and say, her older sister is bringing her, who's 17, and dropping her off to see the doctor. Is that okay? I can't do that. But what you're asking me is you're saying I can with this particular program, correct?
I'm saying that you can do that because those providers' offices have a consent form if that's your choice as a parent for your child to be seen.
My second question is, do the parents get a write-up of what happened in the visit? Where's the parent connection back? Because that, especially when we're talking mental health, your visit's and gone, and these parents are here forever. So they have to reinforce, they have to be able to engage their children. So where is that coming back?
So just like any other visit and any engagement in any service, you have the right to get the information on your child. That information has to be documented just like if you were going to your own provider. So you have the right to access those records, their records. They're no different than records like if you were going to taking your child to your provider's office, doing that visit and so forth. If you're there with them or not, you have the right, those are your records. So you have the right to access those records for your child.
But the difference is you're saying I have to ask for them. Engaging with myself at my doctor's office, I'm already there. Mm-hmm. So there is no process for me to get information from that visit, am I correct? Unless I ask for it.
I'm not sure if you said unless you ask for it. I want you to, in the contract, on page 15 of 31, or in the supporting documentation, it explains that consent process. It explains that the parent does have access to that information, to their child's record. They will not be seen without your consent, and the communication about what happens in the treatment plan is still part of the family. It is a right of yours, and it's not taken away.
It's not that it's not a right, but if I take my child to the doctor and I'm present, then I'm having a conversation right then. You're telling me that I have access to the record, but you're not telling me that they're going to engage with me after what happened with my child.
If we can go ahead and answer that question and then get Member Rendon to get back in the queue, I just want to make sure we follow the protocol. So if you could just clarify those questions and answer those questions for her, and then Member Rendon, if you don't mind getting back in the queue. But if you could answer those 2 or 3 questions that were asked.
The answer is yes. So again, it's no different than when you're taking your child to your provider's office. You can be a part of the appointment. You can say that you don't want a provider seeing your child without you. You know what I mean? You can do the appointment with your child. They have hours. They have time after hours also. You know what I mean? In the till I believe 7 to 7 p.m. So you know what I mean? So the appointment doesn't have to happen during the school day. It can happen after hours. And yes, you will get I guess what we're saying is different is that say that you want to sign and say, I want my child to be seen without me, regardless if I'm present or not. No, it's no different than your private provider's office. If you want your child's records, you request them and you get those records. There's no difference. Or you could be a part of the appointment. You know what I mean? You can schedule the appointment with the provider. You know what I'm saying? You, the parent, are making those decisions on when or how your child's been seen, and you absolutely have to be a part of it because you're a part of the treatment plan. So what are the outcomes of that diagnosis and treatment plan, medication, prescriptions, or whatever? You're the parent. They can't get it without you. You know. Did I answer your question?
I mean,
so the answer is yes to your question.
Well, no, the answer is still no, because at the end of the day, if you have an appointment with my child, and I know there's a time thing, but they were also answering questions during the time.
But that's okay. We pause that. Okay, if you can just get back in the queue. I just like to follow protocol, but we do pause it when other people are speaking, and the time is just limited when you are. But please get back in the queue. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. I wasn't planning on sharing my own experiences, but my son has had multiple therapies. He's on the spectrum, both for his emotional development and his physical development. And there have been many a times where I've allowed my son to develop a relationship with a therapist without me being there. And I did give my consent because that allows them to build a different relationship without me kind of helicoptering mom that treatment. So I know that for my 8-year-old, I have been able to have that similar experience of saying I do give consent for him to have this treatment without me being involved in every, if I ask for an update, and I usually do because I am kind of a helicopter parent, I do get that update, but I know that it is a possibility to give that consent to allow your child to build those relationships without your interference, to say. But for this item, I want to say thank you so much, Dr. Hickman and your team, for bringing it forward. There were some questions that I needed to get more clarification on, and I hope going forward we'll have a little more ability to get those questions answered sooner than later. But this provides so much access, and there are so many obstacles for communities that can't access medical needs based on the fact of logistics or transportation, and that affects attendance rate, which affects so much of a child's learning. So allowing this access to be even greater, to get it on site at school, or to even access it for homes and siblings in the classes, I'm really hoping this is going to be a game changer. What I think is important when we want to reevaluate this, is whether it's a priority of the district once the funding comes to an end, is data again, right? And that's what I'm hoping, that if this comes before us, we'll be able to talk about how many more children have been able to have access, how that's affected the attendance rate, what that looks like, and even maybe answer more of Member Rendon's questions if there have been concerns with parental access. It sounds like it's any other provider, and it's by the same rules. So, I'm not concerned about there being any additional access through providing it through school that you wouldn't get in the, in the medical world, or parents' ability to access the records, or anything nefarious happening in these sessions. My hope is that this is just going to provide more medical and mental health to our students that desperately need it, and take away so many barriers around socioeconomic communities that don't have transportations or means to get there. So again, I appreciate it. I think there'll be a lot more questions. It's a new partnership. It's a new venture, and I'm hoping only good things come from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Gray?
So I'm echoing Member Vaughn. Thank you for your comments. My position statement is that this service, and I'm not going to use the word game changer, but this service is just a huge blessing for so many children that are going through crises after crises, coming in with crises, as we call trauma, ACE. So adult childhood experiences. When I think about what this gives, I also am comparing this if we didn't have this. So we heard from the counselors, and the counselors are strapped in 50 different million ways. And we know the parents are also working multiple jobs in many cases. And we know that transportation is hugely, it is a challenge at best. And when we look at the equity built in this, I can't help but think this is going to be, and I'll just use a little bit of a biblical word, it is a blessing. So my only question is, and this kind of gears into a little bit of Member Rendon's comments, is we know that it reduces the absenteeism of children because we have it right there in the classroom or in the school setting. But that begs the question, how do we make sure that there is confidentiality, privacy? So, all right, we put it in Dr. Ross's nurse's room. And yes, that's a closed door, but still you have to think, how private is that? And so I think that's the first concern that you may want to address in real time, like right now, and give us a little bit of comfort in terms of confidentiality in the school setting.
I'll go first. What we need to make sure is that we tease out, we're talking about two things. We're talking about physical health and we're talking about mental health. And the physical health can be conveyed in the nurse's station, in the nurse's office, confidentially. We also need to consider that when we're talking about the mental health and the therapy.
The mental health, I'm sorry.
No, no problem. And so we are pausing. We're not starting the physical health piece of this contract. We're focusing on the mental health piece immediately for our grades 6 through 12. And when, in terms of confidentiality, we want to make sure that they have, when they log on for their initial assessment, that they're with a counselor in a confidential place in a location. So that is maintained up front.
Well, I'll just say this. We should have that process pretty much written so board members who have very good questions about privacy, they would know those types of steps taken. And I would say, Superintendent Davis, we can perhaps have that also. The other point I was going to make is when we talk about visits or reinforced, hold on, I'm out of time again, aren't I? Well, I have 30 more seconds. Okay, so there's sustainability. So if there's an appointment and we want confidentiality, yet we want sustainability, how does that happen? Well, from what I'm reading, this information, if it's teletherapy, then gets shared with the primary physician. So there is a conversation.
And then if you'd like to get back into the queue, if you want to answer that question, I think, did you finish your question?
Yeah, I just want to.
I want to make sure I didn't cut you off. Yep. Question.
If I'm not mistaken, the question's about sustainability. This is a short-term intervention. It's only 6 to 8 sessions. And during that time, yes, the students are linked up with additional resources. If they don't have a primary care provider or a therapist, then they help to link them up and access them.
Okay, I'll get back in the queue. That wasn't the question that I wanted to answer. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. So I certainly value the telehealth option, and I understand all the benefits around accessibility and equity, and they have 24/7 access to this, weekends, holidays, and I've really been a big proponent of bringing something like this forward. But much like my colleague, I'm concerned about the parental consent piece. So I'm going to need some clarification before I move forward. One is with, you said that, so parents consent for X number of sessions. Are parents notified every time their child accesses a session?
The answer is yes. Every time they act prior to the session, they have to get consent. Unless
for every single session they
yes.
have to consent. So when a parent consents, I'm not just consenting for the 8 sessions that we're providing. Every single session, I'm consenting to that session.
And again, yes, you do. But we have to be in real, if it wasn't for this process and you have another therapist as established, if you establish a relationship with a therapist and you're comfortable as a parent, you can allow your child to have that session. And I think that what I'm hearing is that we need to just make sure that in following up, as we follow up, that after the child receives the session, that is communicated to the parent.
Yeah, I mean, but when I give my initial consent, is it to more than one session?
I'll let Holly speak.
Okay, so what will happen is they will talk with the parent, the therapist, once we get the permission. There's going to be a session first where they're going to have a conversation about what this is going to look like, what we would all like to see happen. At that time, there should be a discussion and a plan with that therapist about what this will look like for their child and how they want it to be. And they will come to a consensus together, because this isn't something that's just owned by the therapist or just owned by the student. This is something that's owned by the team, and that team includes that parent. So they will first have a conversation, they'll discuss it as a team, and then we go from there to see what each case is going to be very individualized based on what that student's needs are and that parent's. But that Parent Bill of Rights is very important to our team, so we make sure that parents are aware and are notified and give permission if we're talking about a minor child.
So the first session, they meet with the parent and they put a plan together. And at that time, they distinguish whether the parent wants to be notified for every session or give consent for every session and be a part of every session, or if they just will say, well, my child can, decide when to participate. I guess I'm also concerned about the parent not getting a report after every session and they have to request it, because I guess if I don't know my child has participated in a session, how do I know to ask for the report?
Go ahead, Monica.
If I can, I think I'm understanding a little bit of where some of the confusion has started. And I think if I can ask everyone for now to forget about the physical health component, because that's not happening this year.
I'm not talking.
No, I know. I'm going to get to that in just a second. And as we're talking about the mental health that we're now going to be using telehealth, we already have contracts with mental health providers that come into our schools. They're coming in, but they're coming in virtually. So I think it would be most helpful if the board members could understand how that's going to mirror our current practices that have been vetted with our families. The board, it's not new to us. The difference is they're coming in through telehealth, because we currently bring in therapists with parent consent. And so walk through that process a little bit, and we'll focus in on that, because how does it work now?
Okay, so now, just like with this, we first we go through a process with the parent. Before any sessions even begin, they have a meeting of the minds, if you will, where they talk through what is it that the student needs? What can we do for that student? What is our plan of action? How do we think we can conquer what's happening so we can provide the best support to that student? Then from there, as they make that individualized plan for that child, they'll determine, do we think we can do this? How many sessions do we think we need? Do we need 4 sessions? Do we need 8 sessions? We'll come back again at the end, perhaps, of those 8 sessions and see, where are we? We can come back more intermittently, depending on what the child's needs are, depending on what the parent wants. The parent can have the option of being right there, or the parent can have the option of allowing the child to just do this. But either way, they meet with the parents pretty regularly to let them know what's happening with their child. So we do have those steps in place to make sure that parents are involved every step of the way, so that they know what is happening with their particular child. And I'm going to tell you that every plan looks very different depending on that student's needs.
And so we're bringing this on, we're onboarding this because we just don't have enough staff. We don't have the capacity. I guess, I'm questioning this because, with everything we do, sometimes it looks great on paper, but it's the safety. How are we safeguarding our students? And these are students who are going to be fragile, in a fragile mental state as it is. So we want to make sure that we're safeguarding them and ensuring that, and we can best do that by making sure a parent or guardian is involved in every step of this process. So, from what I'm hearing, the parent will be involved in creating the plan that then dictates the number of sessions, their level of involvement, and how they'll be communicated with. And it's going to look different for every student and individualized. I always want to, make sure that parents are involved, because these sessions will run out. And so we want parents involved, because they're going to be providing that at-home support. So there needs to be some continuity and collaboration. But also, as the sessions end, the 6 or 8 sessions, the parent needs to then understand how to connect them back to their, if they have one, a general practitioner, a psychologist, a psychiatrist, how they can and be supported in how those services can continue. So go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. And that's what we want to make sure, and to Dr. Hickman's point earlier, after those 6 to 8 sessions are up, we're still it's not just, okay, you're done. We need to have our team, our student services team should be aware of all of these students. They should be discussing them at problem-solving leadership team meetings. So they're talking about the best wraparound services for those students. And then if we see the child needs more than the sessions that we have through this, then what we do is we're going to show the families and we're going to connect them with, depending on the outcome, we may start thinking it's one thing and realize, oh, this is more anxiety related, say. And so now we have this therapist that works specifically with that, and that's who we're going to connect you with now, because your child needs more than what we can just do through telehealth. So we will always be having our staff monitoring and looking at that.
And through the chair, one thing, and I agree with Dr. Hahn, parents will have the availability to tell us what they want and what they're comfortable with related to services. And parents will also be able to see what visits happen within their individualized account once they set up and give consent, and be able to go in there and have interaction and direct message or send messages and content to any type of clinician so they can get feedback and really have that dialogue.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Perez?
So, telehealth was a game changer for us in the mental health field and helping our children, especially like I mentioned earlier, with suicides jumping by 58% in the past 3 years. So I'm a telehealth provider, and so I'm going to explain a little bit how that works. So, the parent gets online with me, and we talk about their child and their concerns and the needs for that child. And then we then we talk to the child, and then I ask if they want family treatment or individual. Is that going to be the same thing?
Yes, ma'am. They should have that same process.
That option. Okay. And then, and then I ask to find out which direction they would like therapy to go in. Is that the same process? Okay. And then a treatment plan is formed. And then for every session thereafter, I check in with the parent. I find out if what happened with the last session, if the goals were met, any concerns, and then they let me know. They have a conversation with me, and then I go on to have my session with the child. Is that how we can work it out too?
Work it out just like
Okay. And and this is a process. So it's almost like employee assistant program for the child. Exactly. Okay. So the employee assistant program provides a certain amount of sessions, and then from there they could either continue with that provider or find another provider. True? Okay. So this is going to be awesome because it's going to give a priority to students with serious problems, especially those who have severe anxiety, suicidal thoughts. And right now, I'm finding that more students are showing up with those issues, especially the children that I'm treating currently. My youngest that I'm treating is 3 years old with severe anxiety, and the parents are always involved. So thank you for clarifying that for my fellow board members, because that is the part of that issue is that the parents want to know how to help the students and the goals that we set in therapy for them to help them with, from session to session. Thank you.
Thank you, Member President. I can't even say anything because obviously you're the expert and you know exactly the process. But when you look at, what ESSER funding was really, the purpose was academic and mental health loss. That was really specifically how our students are really suffering. I mean, all around us, I don't think anybody up here can say they don't know someone or somebody in their family hasn't struggled significantly after COVID, if not before that. To me, the idea of having that permission, having that meeting, and then some parents who say, okay, this is my 17-year-old. They've done multiple therapy. I want you to continue on. I don't need that approval. I want to be involved every time. I think each individual is very different, just like each family is different. And just like the involvement of the parents are very different. Everybody would love to have somebody, who is there every day, double checking. I grew up with a wonderful single mother, but she worked a couple jobs. So I know my mom wouldn't have been able to be there, because she wasn't even there when I went to prom. So every family is very, very different. So I think that's really important that we look at that and that initial meeting and involving the parent, making sure parents are involved is the most important time in setting that plan. And as you mentioned, that made a lot of sense to me. It's really important because I don't think a lot of children have access to this. And there's many students. If you call a therapist today, you'd probably be calling all over town to get a therapist, and you'd have probably a month or two wait. And guess what? Some students can't even wait a day, so much less an hour. So I think that's really important that we start talking about this, not have the stigma and the access, because a lot of our students don't have access to that. So I think it's really important that we're looking at students who are at great risk, who maybe don't have the financial means, maybe they don't have as much strong support as they'd like at home, but at the end of the day, they need support to get past this and move on and look at the big picture. I think this is exactly what ESSER was given for. If you look at if I look at the money and I look at the breakdown with what ESSER is being spent on, this is one of the top priorities, and I'm glad to see that. So thank you for bringing this, and thank you for answering my questions. I know I was sitting with Superintendent Davis when I asked the same parental questions. We called the company. I had the same concerns, like what if a parent, do they know? And I felt very confident with those answers. Thank you. Member Rendon?
Thank you. So it's my understanding that Hazel Health is in Polk County schools. Am I correct? But they're only in 112 out of 162. Do we know why?
Through the chair, it could be a funding model related to how much funding they have to be able to identify resources of need and looking at geographical complexities.
Okay, and so can you explain, like you guys had just said that we already have similar programs in our current schools, and I know that Member Hahn asked, we're bringing this to the table because we're short and we don't have enough. Can you give me that description of what that means?
So through our mental health assistance allocation funding, we were able to put out an RFP, and we got a managing entity, which is Central Florida Behavioral Health Network, that works with us, and we have found several organizations that have providers with them that work with helping us to make sure that we can track the students. We make sure that we have all these different partners that come in, like once known as DACO, but now Cove comes in to help. The Northside helps us. We have a list of partners that we work with that have counselors as well that do therapy. This is just another additional layer of support because we're trying to just reach as many providers as we possibly can because there is a shortage out there. So one organization may not be able to get the same providers as another organization gets, whether it's based on how they pay people. I don't know how they each operate like that, but I do know they all have different levels. So what happens then is we want to put this wide net out there, get as many of the outside providers as we can to help us to support our students, because these are students that need more intensive therapy. Our student services teams at schools provide educational type counseling. We try to get them in school. We're not providing therapy per se. Our student services staff do not work off licensure. They're working off their DOE certifications and making sure that students are successful in school. And we know when they need a little bit more intense therapy, that's when we refer them out to our providers. And the more providers that we can get, the better off our students are, because we have some providers that are located in one side of the county, some providers in another. And what's nice about this is these providers can be from, anywhere in Florida, helping us to help these students.
So you may have touched on a question I have, though. This is a California-based organization. And so are the therapists in Florida, number one?
They've assured us that these will be therapists in Florida and or licensed to be able to work from Florida. So even if they're working somewhere else, they can work with students in Florida.
Do we know what their turnover rate is at all? Like, have we discussed with them, because you said it's 24/7, and we know that within this community, there's a difference, there's a shortage.
Yeah, through the chair, we can look and we can ask that company. I don't have that for this evening. But I do know, related to Hazel, one thing we do is that while they're targeted for 6 to 8 sessions, is that Hazel never leaves a student without support. So while they're transitioning from one provider to the next, and during that time, if it's not available, they will continue to provide ongoing services. And, so I think that's a good thing for our children to continue to have accessibility. And I think going back to looking at the Polk issue as well, it could be the number of schools that are under their umbrella, and it could be likely the number of charters they have that are not being served under this contract and paid out of their ESSER funding.
Okay, the last question I really have regarding this is there a connection with any current child's doctors, or because I have experience over the time dealing with many families over time, and there sometimes needs to be a third-party objective view of something that may be possibly happening. You may be able to pull in a medical doctor for giving a good health assessment prior to starting something. Is there any connection to their medical doctors or any other doctors that they've been using at all?
I think that would something that would happen at that session where they're talking through what will this look like, who have we talked with, who have we communicated with. Now, I know for us, when we're looking at students originally to get additional services, they should be coming through, again, the problem-solving leadership team, where they're talking through what's going on with this student, what have we done here. We need to get to the root cause of what's going on, and to do that, we have to make sure that we include medical as well as academic, behavioral. All of that needs to be looked at by a child, because there could be something underlying that none of us ever thought of that their primary doctor has. So we always try to get those records released from parents to allow us to talk to the providers that the child works with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Gray?
Yeah, I just wanted to finish with that question I wanted to get answered. The importance of sustainability, certainly 8 weeks, and then you're done. That piece of the puzzle is taken care of, though, because the information is coordinated with the primary care physician. Is that correct? So, while this is going on and say the sessions end, there is a record of the primary care physician has a record of it.
It'll be depending on that student circumstance and who. If there is a primary care physician that's involved with this process based on what the parent would like to see happen, that's where we go from there. So again, this is a team effort, and we need to make sure that all parties that work with this child are impacted. So that would be their health care provider as, because it could be that they decide that there needs to be medication. So that would be something that we would work with the healthcare provider as well, because you have to know, various interactions with medication. So you need to make sure that you're involving everybody in this process. And that will be that therapist's job to make sure that they make all those connections.
They make all those connections. Well, I want to thank Dr. Ross and Ms. Saya and Dr. Hickman. I get it. It's a great program. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank you all. I think this is going to be very beneficial in District 5. It's a changer, and that's what we're looking for, a changer. We never had this before, and I'm looking forward to the program being in District 5. And also, Member Perez, thank you for clearing it up, because I had a lot of questions. I know you're the professional on this, so I have to go to the pro, you know what I mean? But thank you all, because it's going to be a changer. It's going to help. But one question I have, how are we going to communicate this out so people know?
Yeah, through the chair, it's one of the biggest things.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Listen, this team has done a really good job. This is a very good conversation. It's a complex conversation. We want to make sure that we provide the right services, and also we protect parental rights, and they're actively engaged and involved in that process. But as soon as this is approved, we'll start being able to message and engage our principals, our assistant principals, our nurses, our mental health specialists, our providers, our school counselors, and being able to talk about this process. And then, from that part, we'll start, as we start to get staff comfortable, then we'll launch and communicate that through every outlet that we have to make certain that parents fully understand this process, fully understand the consent process, that they're actively engaged, and we'll put it on our website as well and be able to send that through any communications that we have with our parent information, our parent letters that we send. So we want to make certain that parents truly understand and have visibility to the consent, and they feel comfortable related to being able to have the access to have direct messaging with any provider, whether it be for physical health or mental health as well.
Thank you, Superintendent. I appreciate one of it. And thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Member Perez?
I just want to, as a licensed therapist here in the state of Florida and New York, I just want to clarify a question. So I'm only licensed to practice in the state of Florida and in the state of New York. So if a California company is looking for providers in the state of Florida, they could only hire licensed practitioners in the state of Florida who are licensed in the state of Florida. So anyone else, no one can practice from California and cross practice into the state of Florida. No one can practice from Georgia, Tennessee, or anything like that, because the laws and rules are different in every state. So the practitioners that are going to be on this have to be licensed in the state of Florida only. Just want to say that. I know that I have telehealth with several students from across the state of Florida, and but my reach is only in the state of Florida. And then my license, when I work with the students in New York City, is because I'm licensed, I'm boarded, and I pass the laws and rules every year. We have to take those courses in order to be abreast of all the laws regarding the mental health and wellness. That the laws change. So only practicing licensed clinicians are able to have their hands on our students here in the state of Florida. Just needed to clarify that.
Thank you, Member Perez.
Oh, wait a minute. Also bilingual. Are we addressing the language issue?
Yes,
Yeah.
they shared with us that they can work
No, she's good. Good. You're right. The answer is correct. Good.
up
You're doing a
to
good
14
job.
different languages, so.
Perfect.
I apologize.
Absolutely.
How many languages did you say?
14.
14.
That's correct.
Different languages.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, any more comments? Okay, please vote when your lights appear. Member Gray is not on the dais, but it passes 5 with Member Rendon voting no and Member Gray not being on the dais. Okay, thank you, everyone. We will now move on to superintendent comments. Superintendent Davis?
Yes, ma'am, to the chair. One thing I want to say is that we appreciate the team. We know these are complex items, and we appreciate discussion because it needs to happen. So, we thank the board for engaging in that process. But tonight, we want to be able to give a little bit of updates about where we are for celebrations, highlight consent agenda, provide some Florida legislative update, and at the same token, look at some suspended agenda items. Right now, related to goals 1 through 4, we want to celebrate our recent graduation rates. It is the first time that we have surpassed the Department of the state rates since 2017. We see that there was an overall decline throughout the state due to the fact that there's so many complexities that our students were facing over the last couple of years. So for us being able to be in at 87.9, that is significant related to when you look at big surrounding counties across the state. We talk about the progression. We are continuing to be able to lead in that process related to the less reduction than other counties, and that's just the hats off to the systems and processes our teams and our leaders and our school counselors have put in place. So we really appreciate it. And we had a number of highlights within our community with Riverview, Armwood, Newsom, Freedom, and Gaither. Newsom continues to be able to have the highest graduation rate within our community at 98.9%. But you see all these other schools that have had tremendous gains over the last year or last 2 years or 5 years to the comparison to where they have been. And we appreciate their concentration. We're helping our students and allow them to be able to move the needle. And at the same token, I think one of the biggest the biggest components we look at is our subgroup breakdown. And one thing we did the analysis to where we were prior to the pandemic to where we are in 2022. And you see in the majority of the subgroups, we've seen significant movement, and we do have to be able to continue to focus on our migrant population in this process. But African American students, Hispanic students, students with disability continue to make a positive movement, and we appreciate the concentration at every one of our subgroups within our school district. I want to be able to make notation right now that on the superintendents and part of the board of directors for FADS, we have asked collectively the Department of Education to rethink the new concordance scores that have been established for this school year, moving from a 420 to a 480 related to SAT. That is going to be very complex for students to meet, and we have historically, we recognize this. We've asked the state to give us grace again, but the state at this point is going to continue to have that movement. You will see once again across the state another decline in graduation scores across the entire state and in school districts. So I just want to recognize that to the community and know that we are working to mitigate that, to make certain we have ACT, SAT boot camps for our students, that we're exposing our students to rigorous content and curriculum, and that we are exposing our students to high level quality teachers who are certified to be able to activate learning for students who may need to meet the concordance scores in multiple ways. And one thing that they have taken away, we no longer get a chance to provide the PERT, which is an ongoing assessment for our children, was another way that children can have students can have that concordance score. That has been taken away and created the lift. So being able to focus and get our children into a point where they feel successful, we're going to see that is going to have a major impact next year as well. But the celebration is what we've accomplished this year, and we're so proud of them. In addition to that, we want to recognize that the Department of Education identified an outstanding school volunteer, which is the Commissioner's Recognition Award. That went to Dr. Dexter Frederick at Dunbar Elementary School, Magnet School. He continues to be a staple. He has taken on a number of initiatives at Dunbar related to being able to have Dunbar Doc program, just engaging children about the human body and at the same time their functions, and then also being able to focus on the STEM initiative at the school. And we see significant movements as it relates to the science on FSA in previous year. And I think in our follow up in our suspended agenda, Ms. McCray will go deeper into what this community has done related to having ongoing supports from our community and civic leaders. At the same token tonight, thank you to the board for really allowing our students to be able to transition to really cool experiences. As we see that students are transitioning to Emory to be able to University in Atlanta, they're going to the Kennedy Space Center, and then also being able to recognize that some of our students are going to be able to compete in DC for the orchestra, and then also allowing our students to be able to continue to be involved in field trips to the dairy cattle shows and contests to allow our students to demonstrate their passions and their hearts. So we really appreciate that acknowledgement and allowing our students to journey outside of Hillsborough County and outside of the state of Florida to have that experience. And also for a legislative update, which impacts every one of our goals in our strategic plan, we would have to really focus on the proposed bill for House Bill 1, which is all related to school choice. This will have an impact in public education openly related to being able to create tax credit scholarships and also family empowerment scholarships to expand the eligibility for family empowered scholarships as well to residents in K through 12, including homeschool students. These are also an opportunity for students and parents or eligible students to receive an empowerment savings account to be able to serve children in K-12 and be able to determine what that education will look like and how they will continue to expand scholarships, which will be in funding will be utilized for instructional materials, whether it be curriculum, whether it be contracted services, ensure they can have more parental state and say of what services their child continues to be able to receive and what provider will that may be looked through. Also, this also eliminates the waiting list for students with disability. There continues to be a waiting list for this priority, and it gives them priority, and for students who are in foster care as well. And then also being able to create annual funding organizations to be able to have approval for expenditures prior to any disbursement in this savings account. So we just got to continue to watch this bill. This bill is 50 pages as it sits right now, and as it continues to be heard. And we were trying to determine what that impact would be within our organization. It is unknown, but openly being able to have funding be able to journey from us, through our parents. This also gives an opportunity for parents to be able to receive funding if they have homeschooling their student, to be able to determine what services and wraparound initiatives may be needed as we move forward. Next is our suspended agenda. We want to talk about, this is Literacy Week. As we take a deep dive into literacy, this is the state week that we recognize it, and we splash into new worlds, and we see Dr. Hahn, our celebration. This is our wheelhouse. But being able to recognize this across the state and through all of our schools. And I had a chance to go to schools today to be able to read at Rampello. It's so refreshing to be able to see our students and to be able to read books and engage with them. I was in a kindergarten class today, and I read a book about being thankful and using the word thank you to individuals. And I asked, what does that mean? And I have kids in a kindergarten class. That means to be optimistic. That means to be appreciative. And I just was set back about the operational vocabulary that these little ones have. So, we talk about being able to push the intellectual demands of our students. Our teachers always step up. And I agree with board members talking about trying to find the right compensation to help them do that. So thank you to the teachers who allowed me to engage today, going to, Mendenhall tomorrow. And we appreciate everybody focused on literacy. And I'm going to transition to our literacy update with K-3 tutoring initiative that Mr. Connor will be able to address for suspended agenda.
Good evening. It's as you may recall, the DOE last year provided us a one-year grant for a reading tutoring initiative at the K-3 level. I'm excited to share with you what we've done in relation to that. Students at Blake, Brandon, Lato, and Plant High School, juniors and seniors, we have worked through the teaching academies, through our CTE program and our early childhood education classes to identify and train some juniors and seniors to be reading tutors. And we are looking for 2 more high schools in February to continue that process of training tutors. Our tutors are working towards earning an award that will be presented by the Commissioner of Education called the New World Scholar Award, and we'll be excited to recognize those individuals in the spring. They take a rigorous training that actually comes out of the University of Florida's Literacy Institute so that they can really help develop it as either future educators or just be informed community members as they work with our early learners. Our reading tutors have been working in 5 elementary schools, Alexander, Shore, Trapnell, Woodbridge, and Yates, since mid-November, and they are providing targeted tutoring sessions to our K-3 students aligned with the science of reading, with a focus on supporting students with approaching Tier 1 support. So we're excited to do that, and we're also going to continue to partner with our community organizations to provide tutoring within our schools, and also leverage our host programs and our summer programs with our students who are trained to work with our early learners. So we're excited about this, and hopefully we'll see this continue to grow as we move towards training more. We have about 30 of those trained now, and we're going to continue to grow that.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. And then also being able to transition to suspended agenda for transformation and what's going on in our transformational network. So, Chief McRae, if you can provide some updates where we are and what's going on.
In alignment with our strategic plan initiatives, we are really trying to bring community and families back into our schools. COVID is over, and we know that we can't do this work alone. One of our initiatives is a business partnership with Best Medical Academy. We talked about Dr. Frederick, who is very much interested in exposing students to a variety of medical professions. So this is not just about being a doctor. There are so many career pathways that are in that medical profession, and he is providing fifth graders opportunities to see all pathways through understanding the academic side of medicine to understanding medical equipment and exploration. And so those fifth graders, when they get to the end of the year, they actually earn their white coats and they become doctors at the end of the program. So the hope is that we transition students throughout our vertically aligned programs in our magnet schools. We have a science magnet medical program at SLY. We also have Tampa Bay Tech, and we are on the horizons with having D.W. Waters as a medical academy. So if you can imagine, these students will go from elementary school to middle school to high school if they so choose and continue that pathway through this medical program. So we're really excited about that program at Dunbar and getting elementary kids exposed to medical professions. Our next partnership is Potter. So Potter Elementary does a Where Love Grows dinner with the families in the community. They are really big on engaging the families at that school. And so they have celebrated their 10th annual Where Love Grows anniversary party. Miss Waite and her staff, they recognize family involvement is critical to diverse communities. This dinner is held every year. And this year, they had a partnership with Forbici, who provided the food for them. But the kids perform, they do their drum line, they have dancers. I mean, when I tell you the hallways were filled with parents, you can see up in the pictures, they lined the hallways to participate. Parents love this school. It is one of our community schools, and so we're excited to share this, and we hope that this type of atmosphere kind of spreads across schools in our community. So very excited to share this with you as well.
All right. Thank you so very much. And that ends the superintendent's update.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Thank you, Ms. McRae. Member Hahn?
Okay. So I really loved the tutoring program that you mentioned, Mr. Connor. I ran Tutorable at USF when I was there the last 4 years. And we used College of Ed future teachers to tutor in our at-risk, more vulnerable middle schools. So I love that you're pushing into these elementary schools. Does Blake have a teaching academy? So I don't know if any of the other schools you mentioned do, but those would be great schools to expand and create teaching academies, since we've already got students who are interested and are tutoring. One of the schools that I worked with that had a phenomenal teacher academy was up in Pasco County, and we worked, they were partners with the USF College of Ed, and they utilized the students in their teaching academy to go out and tutor in their elementary school that was right down the street. So this would be a nice bridge into creating maybe some more teacher academies. Just thinking. And so I certainly don't need a special week to celebrate literacy, but I certainly appreciate it to get everybody else excited about it. I spent a lot of time. Thank you for going out and reading in the classrooms. It really is such a feel-good experience. When I gifted each of the pre-K students in my district between Thanksgiving and Christmas with the book for the holidays, I went out and read in a lot of the schools in my district, and it's so fun, and they love it. So thanks for doing that. Speaking of reading, I do want to report on some of the Mayan activity. The month of January to December 2022. There were over 4 million books accessed through Myon in our district by our students, and over 1 million books read. So that's wonderful. I love that. That means our kids are reading and they're having access to books, because not everybody has books in their home. And they spent over 500,000 hours reading. So I love that too, because, you know, the more that students read outside of school, it just develops this love for reading and this motivation that they then bring into the school, and maybe they can inspire some of their peers. During the winter break challenge, because I fall off my chair, it's been a long meeting. There were top 5 district-wide winners per grade band. They picked based on the number of minutes or hours they read, and they received a tablet and Bluetooth headphones. And the next 40 winners received LED neck reading lights and a Reading is My Happy Place blanket. So thank you to Myon for celebrating our readers. During the month of February, we have, for Black History Month, the Black History Month Digital Read-In. And each school in schools in each region with the highest average minutes read on Myon during the month of February will be recognized by a school banner. So excited about that. They have some great books for kids to access for Black History Month. And they're on their website all year long, so you just don't have to access them for February. But we're going to do something special for February. And we have another literacy fair coming up February 25th at Sly Middle School. So I'm really excited about that and very busy preparing for that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Rendon?
Okay, so I'm going to take a little different approach. Member Hahn went with the academics, and I'm going to go with the sports. Well, actually, I think I'm going to start with the arts, if he could put the arts up first. I had the privilege of going to the Youth Ed Art at the Tampa Museum of Art display. It was wonderful that they have just such a wonderful community partner and displayed art from our students across the county and any of our K through 8 schools, not K through 8th, but kindergarten through 8th grade within all of that. So this is just a few of the pieces from all that art exhibit that we had, and they do a great job. They do it several times a year, and so it was really wonderful to highlight what they were doing. And it was wonderful to see several of our art teachers there, being able to support their students and the parents at a different time, not just in the classroom. So that was wonderful as well. And then also, we have some very talented athletes here in our county. I think my first slide is going to be the Florida High School Sports Association. Region 3 is our area. And of our high schools in Hillsborough County for our competitive cheerleading, every region, every category, I should say, that our students participate in, one of Hillsborough County schools won. And so they will all be going on to the state finals in all their categories. And so I want to highlight for the small division, Durant High School, small non-tumbling, Sickles High School, medium, Bloomingdale High School, medium non-tumbling, Plant City High School, and large Plant High School, and then small co-ed, Strawberry Crest High School. So they are all representing us very well, and we have several other of our high schools going on to the semifinals for state competition on the 3rd and 4th of February. So kudos to them. And then lastly, last Friday night, our Western Conference Championship for boys and girls soccer. Newsom High School took the win for both of those. So kudos to them. And they did a great job. So here's a picture of the girls and then the boys. So it was a big upset over win. So they did a great job. So Newsom took home both Western Conference for both girls and boys soccer. So it was a great weekend.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Gray?
Well, you talk about sports, and I guess I'm going to fill some blanks in. But, yeah, the Wellness Revolution was all about prioritizing mental and physical health. And thank you, Member Rendon, for sharing what I think is a great, exemplifies students and their healthy team sports. So refreshing. I wanted to say also that in thanking those members who put together everything from biometric screening to nutrition class to yoga to financial health. Oh my goodness, Van Ayers, thank you so much for helping put all that together. But really, Humana Dina Marshall deserves a lot of credit. And, I don't think we could do, as every one of us agree, we can't do all these wonderful initiatives unless we have the great staff that we do and the passion. And thank you, as I listen to you, each of you all have that care and concern and genuine love of children. And it's contagious. Especially as we get tired at night, you're still that way. But anyway, the Wellness Revolution asks that you all participate in the race for education. And I'm going to get every one of you a stopwatch so you can start practicing your walking or running. I'm going to get them at Walmart because I know they're only $10. And I wear them all. This is not it. You can't have my Fitbit. But we'll get started on that. And so we hope that you all join. And I expect hopefully 5,000. That's what I'm aiming for at the Blake High School April 1st. So Hapsby Brain Bowl, we are now looking at our yearly Brain Bowl. Already the preliminaries were today, elementary and middle school. Quite a lot of diversity education. Black cultural education, a lot of good questions. We're going to have the elementary, the middle, and high school participate. Shake Washington and I and our wonderful Fred Hearns will join in. And I guess we're going to help with the competition in some way, shape, or form. We have the Thurgood Marshall Club. Almost every high school has that now. So we really are pushing together, pushing forward the equity and the cultural education as identified by our many, many minorities. Real quick, I got this from Dr. Whalen. Surprise, well, you didn't type it up, but I wrote it up. We have another Hispanic employee outreach to hire Hispanic employees now at Enterprising Latinos in Guayamama. And so one of the concerns was we have to have teachers and coaches, and everybody in front of our children must look like or be like, hopefully look like, or, who we're teaching. So we need the Hispanic educators and administrators and leaders as we do our black administrators and leaders and teachers. So good cause there, Dr. Whalen, good connection. And I think that's all. I know we went to Dunbar, and I'll let Shake share that. And I know, Addison Davis, I think we need to give you some type of applause. You got the Achievement National Bronze Leadership Award, and you hadn't said a word, but I guess I just said that you have won. So let's give him a hand.
Thank you.
I mean, you did get an award.
I did, yes, ma'am. And this is just, our team is so good. So this award is a reflection of this board supporting junior achievement and this team supporting junior achievement. We support 49,000 students that are engaged in that process every year. So this is an acknowledgement of us continuing to growth and the will of the board to support this initiative. So on behalf of the district, I would say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Member Gray, me and Ms. Vaughn, we'll be walking. And myself. And not the three of us. And all of us, we're walking, right? Yeah, we'll do a little walking there, a little bit. Yeah, to make it exciting. Okay, so I'm going to start off with, on the 16th, we attended the MLK Toba breakfast. I'd like to thank Toba for inspiring us to dream like a king at the 43rd Annual Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Leadership Breakfast. It was a pleasure attending alongside some of our TICO colleagues as sponsors. We supported, embodied the vision and mission of uplifting our community, and we had board members there. It was really a great event. We enjoyed every minute of it. And you can see I'm there with my new tie on. Yeah, that's kind of sharp there. Okay. So Then we had the MLK parade. You can see I had on my Kappa outfit there to let people know I'm a Kappa. The MLK parade, we had a great time. We had beads to throw out, and like I was telling Patty, once we got around that corner, we better have some beads, because if you don't, you will be in deep trouble. And also, Ms. Vaughn, I think you were there throwing beads out too. Right. We had a great time. We really had fun, though. It's all about being a board member, being out in the community where people can see you, because I think that's important, very important. And then we moved on from that. Let's talk about the what's this? This is the MLK parade. That's the MLK parade. Oh, there we go now. We attended the Gasparilla parade, children parade. Oh, we had a great time. We had a great time there. You should see the faces on those kids. They were really excited, really excited. The adults wanted beads too. We just threw beads everywhere. We had all kind of beads. So we had a great time there. And you can see we were dressed up in our outfits. But I think, Member Perez, you were the best dressed. We need to give you a trophy for that one now. She was best dressed on that one. Yes, she was. Yeah, I know it, really. Yeah. Yeah. So moving on, and then on Sunday, we had the opportunity to attend the Potter We Love Grow, Where Love Grows. It was so great to be out there with the community. They were so happy, and we had plenty of food. My wife came along, which was good. So then she didn't have to cook that night or something. But she came along. We had a great time. It was just great being out in the community, seeing people. It's great to be in the community. Had a great time with the kids. And then on the 23rd, we went to the annual white coat ceremony at Dunbar Elementary Magnet. Had a great time. I tell you, that's a great event. It is. It's a great event. Before we show the video, I can tell you this. I am so happy that we have it. Dunbar, when you leave the Dunbar, you go to Sly, then you go to Tampa Bay Tech. And guess what? That's all in District 5. I love it. That's the medical part of it. I really do. And we need that. We need it. Any student can come, though. It's not just District 5 students. Any student can come. I want to make sure my board members don't rip me on that one. So, Pablo, do we have one now?
Today we celebrated our third annual White Coat Ceremony, sponsored by Dr. Dexter Frederick from the Best Academy. Our 5th grade students earned their white coats and a stethoscope donated by Moffitt Cancer Center today. My favorite part of the White Coat Ceremony is seeing how honored our students feel when they put that white coat around them, and I get to see all the students' families cheer them on.
It's brought both my children so much excitement because they come home just to talk about medicine. It's like a proud mommy and daddy moment to see your kids getting something, rewarded for something, for such excellence.
This is absolutely amazing, and I'm just surprised, really grateful. In our little chant for best, the T, be thankful. I'm just very thankful for Dr. Frederick and everything he's done for our school.
The white coat symbolizes the pathway that our students have into the medical field. Many of them will go on to Sly Middle Magnet to continue studying medicine, or Stewart Middle Magnet to continue studying science, and Dr. Dexter Frederick has helped us set up this pathway for them so that they can continue their dreams into the medical field.
And that was great. It really was. And I just wanted to say, Ms. Gray, thank you for coming. Ms. Perez, we had a great time. And I wanted to emphasize something when I spoke. I told them to make sure that you always give back to your community, because that's so important. And I want to thank Dr. Frederick for an outstanding job helping these kids out. Thank you, Madam Chair, and that's it. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. Well, I have a lot to cover, so I'm going to try to do it quickly. First of all, thank you to all of the fellow board members for highlighting all the things that you guys have been attending and we've been attending together. It feels like since we've come back from break, there's been an event every single day and every single night. So the fact that we've been able to kind of divide and conquer and making sure that we're supporting all these things is fantastic. I don't have pictures of the Toba breakfast, even though that was amazing, or the Martin Luther King parade. Last night, however, Member Rendon, Member Perez joined me for Benito Elementary. We do have some pictures of that, Pablo. Thank you. For their 25th year anniversary, and that was amazing. There was every single principal from the very first principal who opened the school down from the 25 years, all there speaking, about the pride of that school and the community in general. There were teachers there who'd been there from the start, 25-year veterans who spoke about their commitment to the school and why they've stayed there and what a family it has. And it was a really great event to capture the pride and the passion of, the educators in that school in general. So thank you to my fellow board members who made it out there, because it's a bit of a drive for some of our board members. Kind of moving on, there are a few things that I want to use this opportunity to address. Number one, Mr. Farkas. I have, continually talked about the air conditioning, and now that it's cooler, we've had some reprieve, but there's still some issues with that. But the plumbing issues, I'm having massive plumbing issues in a majority of my schools right now, and I know that there's supply chain issues and, there's problems with workforces, but I'm very connected to the plumbing community. So if we have some of those concerns, if I can know specifically what those are, I'd love to get some feedback on what we can do to address some of the widespread plumbing issues that we're seeing in District 3. So I just want to kind of get that on the radar. As well as, I just wanted to thank Mr. Crete for coming and speaking about the power of unions. I'm not trying to be divisive or, talk about politics at our board meetings, but I am really disappointed to see the attack on our unions, who are, again, the foundation of our workers' rights in this country. I'm very disappointed to see that, groups that are collectively working to advocate for the working conditions and the pay of our staff be demonized by, our leadership in this state. So I just wanted to thank Mr. Crete for speaking about the value of unions. And then, aside from that, we haven't had an opportunity as a board to really talk about the boundary changes. And so, I just want to, as we move through this process, say that I understand that probably all my board members understand this is the biggest decision that we could make. And that changing these boundaries in this process that we're about to undergo will be our legacy. That long after we leave, all of the other decisions we've made will not have an impact on what our schools and what our students look like and the success of our district as much as this boundary change does. We can't even remember a time as a county we've undergone something like this. And I know that we've had a lot of talk about equity and what that looks like, and I know that we had a lot of talk at our last meeting, and one thing that I came out feeling really proud about is that every member pledged their support towards racial equity in our district, regardless of, what our policy may or may not reflect, that we're all committed to that, and that we're committed to that through our work and what that looks like and how we're supporting our students. So despite the consulting company saying that there was no direction from the board or the superintendent to factor in equity into this decision, I hope that was a misrepresentation and that we're all having conversations about that and making sure that we are focusing on socioeconomic and racial equity when we make these decisions, because as we saw when we talked about the charter school, we can't take that out of the equation for 1 minute when we're talking about reboundary and what that looks like. So I just, again, since we haven't had an opportunity to really talk about it as a board, I just wanted to be able to express those things. And I know that you're all taking it seriously and engaging with your communities, but I hope collectively understand what a big decision this is. And honestly, this will outlast any of our legacy here. So I'm anxious to see where this goes and what the process looks like. So I know there's a lot of anxiety and questions. So the more transparency we have about any changes or updates in timeline or anything, I would love to share that with the community as soon as possible and have the opportunity for all of us to discuss this as a board. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that. And then I think we're done. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Perez?
Thank you. And since all the other board members showed pictures of me in every other activity, this is all I got. Ta-da! This little guy, yeah, He said, we're dressed alike. We got it. It was perfect. So you invite me to a dance, I'm going to come dressed for the dance. And apparently I was the only board member who did. So, yeah. So, yeah, you did. So I want to just provide a fun fact. Me and Dr. Frederick have worked 17 years together at the VA. And so, he takes care of our veterans just the same way he's teaching our children to take care of their community. So he's fantastic. So the fact that I have the privilege of working together with him both here in the district as well as at the VA has been an honor for me and what he's doing. And something you said, Board Member Washington, some people can read and they can't drive. Just want to say that. But Superintendent, I had the privilege of being invited to a roundtable with Kathy Castor on January 19th, last Thursday. And we talked about the parolee program for the immigrants coming here. And what was said was that there's going to be 30,000 immigrants every month coming from Nicaragua, Cuba, Haiti, and Venezuela. Okay, so, and jumping on what Board Member Vaughn said regarding our boundaries. So when we look at what we're the students that are going to be integrated into our schools throughout the state, what are we prepared to do, as far as supporting these students?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have a number of our schools that we see an influx since day one of students coming to us and that are newcomers to our community. We see that Miami continues to be a location that is also seeing a great expansion in newcomers for population, especially from Cuba. And, just like we did this summer, we opened up a resource center to be able to help transition our parents and our students to be able to connect with them, to get registered. We are thinking about, as we look at some of this, reconfigurations of our schools, maybe looking at a newcomers opportunity to be able to make certain that we offer a location geographically that really supports our families and allows them to look at, whether it be utilities, social work, whether it be straight registration for our school district, whether it be post-secondary education, adult education, all of those elements to be able to provide. So that would be part of my recommendation as we move forward. And we're just looking at find the geographical space that really makes sense and being able to find a location that can be able to do that. So we do see that there's pockets of our community that continue to have greater expansion, and we'll use those analytics to be able to make that recommendation in the coming weeks.
One of the questions that did come up was something that Board Member Rendon did talk about, was immunizations. Some of the students that we have choose not to have, the parents choose not to, but the students coming in are being not allowed into the schools because they don't have their immunizations, and that's the issue is that's taking up to 3 to 4 months, and the students are not allowed in the schools up to 3 or 4 months. What can we do regarding that issue?
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair, that was some past practice. I know that we work to be able to address it. We're very clear with our staff to be able to not turn away any student. Any learner that comes, we want our kids to come into our schools and work in the first 30 days to be able to figure out what we can help them with, any registration, any documentation, any immunizations, whatever it may need it. We won't, we don't want to turn away students because historically that has been the case of being very grounded about you got to have X, Y, and Z. Well, some of these learners don't have accessibility to it, so being able to bring them into that space and within those 30 days to be able to prove competence of what documentation they have or may need in order to make sure they're in the right place, right school, right location, and right records they need to have.
And do we have staff that's going to help with the language barrier? Because a lot of these are, Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, of course, they're Spanish, but the Haiti is more French.
Yes, ma'am,
Rio.
Chair. We do a really good job of making certain that we address the growing needs of our bilingual constituents. So, one thing we do is that if there's a need on one side of the location of our district to the other, we make certain we provide those resources and do we transfer those resources. But we're continuing to make certain that we have our connectivity with our schools to be able to identify what bilingual professionals they have on staff and what they may need in order to fill those growing voids. But there's some particular languages that we're having hard to fill positions. So being able to try to find proactive solutions to help those learners and those families to be an instrumental part of the educational process. But our eyes are wide open to that. I know Lena Garcia and her team are continuing to work to make certain that we are ready. And we see Araceli. We also see Monica Verterado. At the same token, we see Melissa Morgado, who is all on the ground to be able to make those connectivities and to help. And we thank our support staff for being out there.
Are we alerted as the students are processed through? Are we alerted as to how many students are coming through, or we're just, taking a tally once they're processed in?
Go ahead, Monica. Through the chair, we actually had a conversation about a chart the other day about what schools have been impacted, where do they see newcomers attending that particular school who may need services, and looking at geographical locations about how we redeploy services to be able to be identified. But we're engaged in every way of that process, and principals do a really good job and support staff do a really good job sounding the alarm. They need that immediate support, and for us to be able to be proactive and reactive to that situation to make certain that wraparound services are provided. So that's ongoing, and I'm proud of our staff and our principals for sounding the alarm of when that service may need to be provided from our staff.
Awesome. I know the Latino population right now in this district is, our students are 84,000, which is higher than it was last year. So I see an uptick in there. But I would like to see if we could, as a board, receive, continued information on how many students keep processing in and how we can support those students, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Perez. Just a little bit on the boundaries. Superintendent, thank you for sending the new timeline. I think we've been hearing a lot from the community. I've been hearing a lot from the community that they want more engagement. I've been going out to community centers. I've been going out to neighborhoods. I've been very busy engaging with my community to making sure I'm really hearing from them, and I appreciate that and you listening to the community. Just a couple things. We get to go to so many wonderful events. Seminole Heights with Dr. Lazaris, where we walked from Seminole Heights Elementary all the way to Hillsborough High School, and our chief of schools, Sue Burkett, was there, and we all spoke about perseverance, and it was just amazing because there were kids who were at Hillsborough High said that's how they ended up there because of the walk and what an impact it made on them. And the funniest thing is, as I did my speech and I stepped down, this woman came up to me and said to me, "Oh, my daughter is in 4th grade and you were my teacher at Sly Middle School." So I was like, wow, it was like a full circle, being able to connect with a student and her talk about what we learned in classroom. So, sometimes I don't think we know that we made such an impact, but we did. And then, also the Poetry Jam, I was able to attend that, which was so amazing. I want to say, Giddy Perez, I met so many wonderful educators there, and the students and the poems that they did. It was just so impactful, how they feel, the things that they expressed. It was just amazing. I said, no matter what, just never ask me to be a judge, because I could never judge that, because it was amazing. And then talking about sports, really excited to see that girls wrestling is here and thriving in Hillsborough County. I had a picture of 20 girls, but I wasn't sure if all the forms were released. But we had our first big duel with Steinbrenner against Newsom, and there were over 20 girls who competed. So girls wrestling is just here in Hillsborough County, and it is thriving. And we have, I think at Steinbrenner alone, there's over 17 or 18 girls who are wrestling right now. So that is really, really exciting. And finally, I hate to leave on kind of a negative note, but I know a lot of people sitting up here were impacted. A lot of people out here with the SCAT. Dr. Joyce Schwartzman, who was an amazing educator who started the SCAT program at USF. She passed away last week after a battle with ALS, and she made such an impact. She was a head in a private school, but most importantly, she really cared about every single child. No matter what, she thought every child can learn and thrive. And just in December, she sent me a text and said, I only have one hand to speak, but my mind is still going. And I just want to keep pushing, and I want you to remember to keep pushing for every single child in this district. And so I just want to remember her and her legacy because she was such an amazing person. And I know many of you here know her and were impacted by her, and I know that she's impacted teachers throughout our entire district. So I did want to mention that, and thank you all, and I hope you have a nice evening. This meeting is adjourned.